So welcome to the 2025 Shootout Revolving Lone Fund BCA on the 15 final. In this final, we have the Milo Lodge up against the Harrison's College team. We have our captains with us as well as our third umpire. The third umpire, he's going to hand over the coin. So he will tell us who's going to. So Liam Seeley of the Lodge team, he's got the coin, and Javian Batson, he's about to call. So Liam. Coat of arms is a call.
Coat of arms.
So his son, coat of arms. So Javian Batson of Harrison College, he's won the toss. Javian?
We have elected the batters.
Okay, your decision for such?
It looks like a good pitch, and we would like to get a base score and score early.
Okay, thank you very much, and I wish you all the best to you and your team. All the best, young man. So Liam Seeley, the captain of Lodge, losing toss. Liam, if you had won the toss, what would have been your decision today?
We would have done the same thing. We would have bowled first, sorry. We would have bowled first. So I think it's not a bad toss to lose because Wicket looks like it has a lot of moisture early, so we want to get it boys early.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You've gotten your choice, albeit losing the toss. So good luck in this final. You're coming in from last year, losing the final last year, but I hope you can take it one further this year. Sure, that's the decision, the thought process of your team, really.
Yes, please.
Okay, good luck, Liam. So the news from the middle here on the toss is that Harrison College, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat first.
The region's Mecca and the youth of a nation are the trustees of posterity. The youngsters are in the middle. Of course, Milo Lodge, we saw them last year against Combermere, and their opponents very much this year will be Harrison College. The weather's beautiful. We're just about to get on the way. The news from the middle, as was told to you just moments ago, the Harrison College team winning the toss and electing to bat. Alongside me is the man who did the toss. We're talking about a man from the north. Let's say hello to Andy Payne. Hello, Andy. Nice to see you.
Hello, good morning, Andrew. Good morning to all viewers. A lovely day here indeed for such an impressive final. It's lovely to have the youngsters here at Kensington, the Mecca. I'm sure they're all eager and looking forward to having a fantastic say in this final.
Well, the first ball is about to be bowled in this final. The Harrison College team electing to bat here, and no doubt hoping to get a good start, and they must be quite happy to be playing at the region's back. The first ball of the under-15 finals. And he starts well, lovely outswinger. Lodge, of course, would have been very much in the finals last year against Combermere. The Combermere side came out on top. Of course, Lodge with a wonderful tradition, one that is worthy of commendation that they've done so well over the years of against some tough opponents, the Harrison College team.
Yes, and rightly said, Lodge School being here in this final last year came out on the losing end. But very much they have quite a lot of players that would have played in that final last year, Andrew. So they come here a bit stronger in their view over the Harrison College team.
So Zan Toppin is the man operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. I'm sure he'll be inspired by that at the southern end of the ground. Tall and similarly built, lovely action. And bowling to Wood, who is a very little man, very little indeed. He just walks a bit down towards square leg. The decision by Harrison College, Andy Payne, to win the toss and elect to bat, were you surprised by that?
Well, not at all, Andrew. Like I said, it's a very lovely day. Pitch is in a very good pitch. Outfield is fast. Batson himself known to be a premier batter in this tournament. So obviously they want to put the runs on the board and actually put the pressure on the Lodge team.
So Charles Wood is the batsman, and Harold Eastman, our statistician, tells me that in terms of scores, 78 and 52 against Corrigan Parry. So he's been doing pretty well. And he's also a bowler, picking up 5 for 14 against Alexandra in the semi-finals. So it's good to see the youngsters at the region's Mecca. There's no question about that. I'm sure they're quite happy to play here. Lovely delivery. It's got a good outswinger. and starts perfectly.
Yeah, every young man's wish probably to play here at the Mecca. Andrew can tell you they've seen all their favorite players showing up their mettle here at the Mecca, the Oval. So I'm sure they want to emulate some of the performances of some of their favorite players. So fantastic to have the young men playing here at Kensington Oval.
The parents are here as well. Lots of support for the youngsters. Now, Harrison College on the way with a lovely flick away for a single. So the Compton Street boys are on the way. The first over comes to an end. It's one without loss.
Bradshaw, ambassador for the game. Here you see the youngsters being greeted by some of the officials. The Student Revolving Loan Fund very much on board here, Andrew.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Certainly they've come on board. In fact, that deal was done sometime last year. Student Revolving Loan Fund coming on board to ensure that there's money in the coffers to ensure that we see our youngsters there. Of course, good old Teddy Foster, the former Lodge player, former Barbados cricketer. So well done to the Student Revolving Loan Fund, and Harold Eastman shouts Spartan, who was recently demoted. The ball goes through the keeper, and we'll get there. 4 by, signaled by the umpire. Umpire O'Neill Moore doing duties with Sheena Welch. Robin Ford is the match referee. Oh, the third umpire. I've been corrected. I don't think they have a match referee at this level. So maybe I'll take the job when it is offered next year.
Here you see Scanterbury, the opening bowler as well from the Lodge School, just trying to get his radar right. One bit down the leg side, and now he's compensated a bit outside the off stump, but good carry to the keeper. So said the Lodge School captain Seeley said if he had won the toss, he would have taken the choice to bowl first. So he didn't win the toss, so he's got his decision, and here he is trying to master his troops and hope to get some early wickets.
Well, he's down the leg side, got to get his radar right. Young's Scantlebury down the leg side. Of course, earlier we saw the officials of the Student Revolving Loan Fund, Mr. Alan Roach, who was very much there, greeting those players from Lodge. Wood is in trouble. Now, had the bowler picked the ball up and hit the stumps, I think Wood would have been in big trouble there. There was never a run there, Andy Payne.
Oh no, run was not there at all, non-existent, and he's just trying to get on the hit of the non-strikers in. Bit of anxiety maybe, Andrew, but he just want to get a run on the board. And a single that is not on, remember this is a 3-day game. Usually in the league season they play 2 days, but this final is being played over 3 days, so he's got lots of time to bat.
That's toward the off stump. So Zadari Cumberbatch, of course, Scanterbury, of course, the young cricketer with an interesting name. Nowadays, our youngsters are not called Barry or Andrew. Got some rather interesting names. Oh, good old Harold. Start of play 11:30, so we were bang on target. Lunch 1:50 to 2:20, and close of play 4:40. A minimum of 65 overs, says our good friend Harold Eastman, who's certainly working for his pay. So the second over comes to an end. Harrison College winning the toss and Batson. They're 6 without loss. Well, we showed you earlier the Lodge team being greeted. This is Mr. Alan Roach, who is very pivotal at the Student Revolving Loan Fund, just meeting the Harrison College boys. And we really want to thank them for their wonderful sponsorship. Captain Batson just making sure that Mr. Roach gets the names. So that all happened at the start of the day. And Harrison College, no doubt, Andy Payne looking for a solid start here.
Yes, we would like to get a good start. Like you said, Batson is one of the main players for this team. He's been pretty prolific throughout the tournament, so he would want to continue his good form here. Former Barbados under 15 player actually just represented the Barbados under 15 a bit earlier this year.
Yep.
So I'm sure that he want to show the spectators and all of those people viewing the stream his pedigree.
Interesting you talked about that, because Liam Seeley, who's the captain of the Lodge side, Milo Lodge, captain them last year, was very much in the Barbados team as well. Shaunica Sargent, son of Sean Sargent, who would have played for the Barbados under-19 side. Very much his son, Shaunica, was involved in the under-15 tournament that Barbados won. And Liam Seeley's father, who would have gotten you out a couple of times, I would imagine, Andy?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. He was a prolific playing for the Banks team, left-arm orthodox spinner. Well, Batson is a long way down. There's no need to flirt with danger. You spoke earlier about Xavier Batson, who I know pretty well, coming from St. Philip, a St. Catherine's man like myself. In terms of his performances for Harrison College, 76 against Corrigan Parry. Xavier Batson making 63 against Graydon Seeley, 43 against Foundation. Very good performance in the semi-finals. In fact, had to come good there, 60 and 40 against Alexandra. But he's also done well as a bowler, 6 for 42, and Batson got 6 for 29 against Corrigan Parry. So from that, you can see that he's been an important cog in their wheel.
Yeah, very much so, as is like Charles Wood, his opening partner, who's also picked up quite a few wickets in the tournament as well. So this pair, probably the henchmen really for this the Harrison College team, so they really want to give their team a start here.
Well, Wood has been as solid as a rock. And you know, we are now in over number 3, and Batson hasn't faced the ball as yet. Looking on at the non-striker's end. I don't think he'll mind too much of that.
They say one of the safest players to watch to play the cricket is from the non-strikers end.
Yep. Topping looks good. Tall and slimly built. Good high action. It's got 2 slips waiting. And a good delivery, but Wood is on top of it. And the little man, very little man, just steers it square in the offside. To end over number 3. Harrison College winning the toss and batting their 8 without loss.
So the 3 overs completed, 8 without loss, Andrew. Like seeing how the pitch is playing, I've got a bit of bounce, like you said, as man Prescott. He's very good. He's bowling nice areas. He's getting some bounce, actually, Andrew, and a good carry to the keeper. So we look forward to see if he can continue to bowl this extended pace for some time. But he's looked very good, Prescott.
So it's going to be Scantlebury to continue, operating from the Joe end of the northern end of the ground. Oh, starts with a good one. Batson looked a bit lazy there. Might have been undone by the lack of pace and almost edged the ball down to second slip. He did. Just dropped in front of second slip. Looks a bit worried by that. Good delivery he got. First one up.
Yeah, that's his first delivery face. There's Batson. And just coming off the outside edge, it didn't carry all the way to second slip, but I'm sure Scanterbury would want to continue in those areas, and especially you've got 2 slips in the waiting, and that was a very good delivery to bowl up to this man in his first delivery.
Well, that's gone a long way. Short of a length. And that's gone for 6. Down to backward square. In there for a long time.
Very nice shot there by Batson. You see him getting inside the line of that one and helping it all the way over that square leg area, deep backward square leg, and all the way for 6. So he's a man who's on a mission, getting off the mark with a maximum, Andrew. He's got into a really good position and helping that one over the long leg for 6.
Yeah, he's a good player. There's no question about that. And that's very well played through mid-on. You don't run for that, Mr. Batson. You just spoilt it. Beautifully played. That's gone for 4.
Very well played again there by Javian Batson. You saw Scanterbury probably overcompensating there after the short ball, going a bit full, and Batson was in a good position and hitting that one all the way down the ground, all along the ground, beating the bowler, and the mid-off and mid-on had no chance. A straight drive out of the test boat style, and a very good shot. If you look at that, oh, fantastically played. Not a chance for the men in the deep, and all across the rope. Lovely shot, Batson.
More runs. You don't put it in his legs and whipped away. That's gone for 4. Beautifully played by Batson. He's on fire early.
So your final rare shots there being played by young Javian Batson again. See him just strain on the legs, and he got again into good position. His balance was very well, and picks that one to pass the backward square all along the ground and past the square leg and into the fence for another 4. So some 14 runs in boundaries being scored there by Batson and 3 deliveries. So he's really put pressure on Scanterbury here.
Square in the offside, more runs. Down to backward point. And we'll get there. Oh, beautifully played again by this very exciting young batsman, Batson.
Attractive indeed. That one outside the off stunt, and you saw him just playing on the up and opening the face on the back on that one, Andrew. You have a look. Oh, just opening the face and playing the pass backward point. And this outfield is very quick. And once it passed that man at backward point, he had no stopping and all the way across the rope. So yet another 4 to Batson. He's moved his score up to 18 in this over, offered only 5 deliveries, Andrew.
Almost as if he's playing a T20 match here. What will Canterbury do here? That's gone through. That's going to go for another boundary. Wide a bit off. Well. Batson is, as I said earlier, he's on fire. And I think they better call the fire truck, because based on what he's done so far, they got to get here quickly. He's rushed quickly up to 22 from just a couple of deliveries. Look at this. Pitched up, launched into the drive, and that's gone through it off like a shot from a gun. Well played.
Lovely way to bring up the end of the over. 22 runs coming in that over. Batson all told scoring out 22, but some fantastic shots being played here by Batson. You've seen him play shots on the leg side and on the offside as well, and equally all were very well played, and he's looked like a man in really good nick, Javian Batson.
So Toppin to continue. Very well played by Wood, who's the perfect foil for Batson. Cricket can be very simple if you just know what to do. Batson is on fire. He's the big snapper. And, well, Suppose Wood is a grunt, really. And he just knows that he's not like the snapper. And just has to just work his way around like the flying fish. Look at the comparison, though, with big Batson and little Wood. It's developing quite nicely, Batson. He looks so easy. Looks so very easy. You just get the feel at Andy Payne that he's at a different level. I mean, having seen him, I know him very well. He's come with the St. Catherine's program, and certainly it's good that he still has ties with St. Catherine's. His father would have represented St. Catherine's with good performances, but he looks at a different level. I mean, he's such an organized player.
Yeah, he looked very assured, Javion Batson. You can see his presence being portrayed out there in the middle over these boys. You can see he's looked very easy, effortlessly playing these shots, and he's got a really, really good presence.
In the air, catch taken. First wicket goes down. Wood departs. Lodge celebrates.
Soft dismissal, you would say there by Woods, just flicking that one to the man posted there at square leg, and just an easy chance for him, a good catch being taken. So against the runner player, really, you can see that the Harrison College have really lost an early wicket in Wood, who looked very solid to say. He was a very astute in the way he played, but look at him just flicking that one, easy delivery back to that man at deep back with square leg, and like I said, a dismissal beyond the level to run the play.
Yeah, you're right about that assessment, because things were looking so good for the Harrison College side, and flicked away down to that square leg area. Easy catch taken, and as you said, against the runner play, the Milo Lodge picking up a wicket, the wicket of Wood. So 32 for 1. Let me remind you that the action started at 11:30, and Harrison College won the toss and chose to bat. Yeah, that's on the leg stump, flicked away, just down at square leg. Easy catch taken. Gittins was the man who took the catch. So Hines is the new batsman, coming out to do battle. Oh, what a good first delivery to get. That reminded me of a Malcolm Marshall bouncer.
A good delivery there from Toppin to wake up the man in his first delivery. Hines, like you said, a Malcolm Marshall type delivery. But good aggressive bowling there. After picking up the wicket, he's really coming with a bang there, and a good sharp delivery to start against Hines. Didn't have a go. Lovely delivery, good bounce that on that occasion.
Yeah. Just follow up with the Yorker here now. No, he doesn't. So that will certainly give a lift to the Milo Lodge side, getting the wicket of Wood and that over. With Toppins celebrating, 32 for 1.
Change of order. The Durant Jacoby Gittins to the ball.
So we got a change in bowling. Jacoby Gittins is into the attack. Should know Batson well. They're both from the parish of St. Philip and with connections to St. Catherine's. Gittins has got roots in Marleyvale. Do you know Marleyvale? Have you ever been to Marleyvale?
I've been to Marleyvale, Andrew.
Get lots of good conch and good seafood up there. That's very wide, the off stump. That's going to be called wide by the umpire.
Indeed, I have a friend in Marleyvale actually by the surname Gittins as well. Mark Gittins, his name.
Yep. Very popular name in Marleyvale. Very close to East Point and Bayfield. I'm a Bayfield man. Just go through Knowles Walk and I get to Marleyvale. Produced lots of good cricketers for St. Catherine's. In the air, safely. That's a bit of a loose shot by Batson. Got to be careful. Got a boundary here, but can be carried away. That was a shot that he rehearses now. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, that one looked a bit lazy in the shot that time, Andrew. Just threw his hands at that one. You didn't get as in good positions as you were in the previous over. You could just see the hands going all the way over, and that's why it just played off the outside edge and carried over the slip region and into the fence for 4. You can see not very good position on that occasion. A little bit lazy shot on that time, but he's nevertheless picked up a boundary.
He's a very quiet man, doesn't say a lot, but he's a very arrogant batsman, I'm told. So Gittins with his hair flowing. Don't think he's quite dreadlock, but he's back to his mark just about now. Solid batsman. Saw him last year. Played for the Lodge team against Combermere. Of course, Harold Eastman was talking about the influence of fathers. Batson's father, of course, Javion's father, plays regularly the elite level, of course, now St. Catherine's First Division. Ulrich Batson. Sean Sargent's son is playing Shawnee up at the extra cover area. Sean would have played for the under-19 and, of course, for St. Catherine's for several years. Liam Seeley, who was the captain of the Milo Lodge side, his father, Anderson, played a lot for Banks. Have I missed anyone?
Probably not in this game, but Pierce playing a very pivotal role.
You should have said yes yourself because your son plays as well for Maple and doing pretty well. Good little like spin, I'm told.
That's correct. Sachin, he's doing very well. But yeah,
I'm interested in the name Sachin. Did you give him the name because of Mr. Tendulkar?
Very much. In my time, Tendulkar was very much a star bat.
Now that goes through Shawnee Sargent. And we'll get a single up at extra cover. Big man he is, Sargent. Seems to eat an extra roti or 2 as well up in St. Philip.
Yeah, Andrew knows Shaniko very well.
Well, yeah. Well, in fact, I saw him only on Sunday, giving my mother some dinner. Actually, he actually lives at the house that I was born, so I should know him very well. It's another wide. It's like Sean Sargent, of course, the son of my sister Betty. So he's very much a part of the Mason family. Interestingly enough, Sean Sargent was once Sean Mason, and then his father changed it to Sargent. They look for a single here, and we'll get it. So Hines is finally off the mark.
Yes, and there's just, well, the over comes to an end, so it's 40 for 1 after 6 overs, and you say Batson, he's on 28, and young Hines, another diminutive player, he's on 1 or 4, but Gittins is coming in quite over, a couple of wides, just one boundary in that over as well, but he put down some pretty good deliveries. So 40 for 1 after 6. winning the toss and electing to bat the Harrison College team.
So Toppin to continue the wicket taker. That's very wide the off stump. Sheena Welch would have had a look at that. Not wide enough to have been called wide.
But we saw in the previous over that young Hines playing at a ball who was almost off the pitch, so probably they know something about Hines that he probably plays at those wide deliveries.
Yeah, you're right. In the last over, he did in fact play at 1 or 2. Oh, beaten. Good delivery. Toppin looks a good bowler. And of course, the keeper is a man with his surname Mason.
Young Malachi Mason.
Yeah, Malachi. And what a name to have, Malachi. Lovely name. Good keeper.
Yes.
Good camera work there by Mr. Blenman and his team. In the air, out towards that extra cover area. Of course, Mr. Blenman is a better cameraman than a cricketer, I'm told. Every time you speak to him, he's always talking about his prowess as a cricketer. Do you know Blenman as a cricketer?
I don't remember Blenman as a cricketer. I know he played cricket.
Yeah. Well, he's the man making sure that this game is seen all over the world, even in the White House, where Donald Trump is taking some time off from giving tariffs to watch this game. Yeah, plays at that. There's no need to do that, Mr. Hines. You're going to give your hand away eventually. Naughty shot.
Yeah, indeed. He needs to be a bit more patient with those deliveries. They're a bit outside the off stump. Don't have any chance of really getting them out unless he really plays one of those naughty shots like he rightfully said. But yeah, Toppin continues to look good. He's got a nice action. So he's bowling from a nice high action, Andrew, and he's following through very well.
Ah, that looked as if it slipped from his hand. It did. Called wide by the umpire. Of course, part of our commentary team today is Anmar Goodrich Boyce. You could get a bit of a tongue twister with that name. Of course, of CBC fame. He comes a calling next. And that was wide of the off stump. That's square in the offside. We'll have the legs to get there. The race is going to be tight. The ball wins the battle. That's a boundary. First for Hines.
Short delivery outside the off stump and given the treatment. You can see that Hines looked like one of those shot makers, Andrew. He just was in a good position and played that one past backward point. Very short man. Short man, you said, loves to play the cut shot, and he was in a good position and playing that one down into the ground past the backward point. And like we said, the outfield is fast, and that man at point had no chance. So good shot.
And the boundaries, of course, are not that big. You would note with interest, as you would expect for 15-year-olds. Yeah, he looks like a shot maker. Oh, look at Mason going down the leg side, just as good as Jeffrey Dujon.
Very good take there by Mason to close out the over. You see him just skipping and diving at the end there. Good position. A very diminutive man, but he's got some very, very good feet. He's moving very briskly. Skip and gather, as we say, Andrew.
Skip and gather.
Skip and gather.
Yeah, I like that. Have a look at that. Here we go. Oh, well done.
Look at that.
Well done.
So young Malachi Mason really showing his skills behind the stumps here.
Wonderful. Well, time for me to take a break. I've been going for a long time. Stay with us, Andy Payne. We're going to introduce Admiral Goodrich Boyce to continue for the next half an hour or so.
Anmar Goodrich Boyce alongside Andy Payne.
Good morning, Anmar.
Yeah, what a battle we have on our hands. This is the final under 15 cricket competition. Harrison College winning the toss, electing to bat first, 45 for 1. Yeah, white ball for sure.
Yeah, another wide delivery ball there by Jacoby Giddens. You see him just trying to get those balls on the off stump, but a bit losing his radar and going a bit wide. He's got a very nice action, probably just trying to get some of the shine off the ball before the spinners come in. But it's good look. But Javian Batson, you've seen some very excited shots from young Batson, played a bit earlier before you got on com.
And he's moved up to 28 from just 13 deliveries. Captain of this Harrison College team, and he's really been leading from the front. Just losing that 1 wicket. Good start. In case you're not joining us, this is the Student Revolving Fund Loan BCA Under 15 Schools Final. What a moment it is for these young men playing at the Mecca.
Yes, and definitely so. Anmar, they look forward to playing here at the Mecca. Like you said, all the star players you see on TV playing here, and to have the opportunity at this age to come out here and compete against each other on such a fantastic oval, you know, it only argues well. It gives them the inspiration to want to come back here later on in the senior years, really, and play their trade here on this field.
Had the privilege of playing here while attending the Alexandra School sometime back in 2010, 2011. Remember that final we played against Combermere. Not the best of days in my cricketing career, my time at the Alexandra School. Remember the score was 13 for 7.
And you came to the middle and pulled it around, Anwar?
It was 13 for 8 after.
So tell us what you remember most about that. What was the most memorable moment for you then?
Yeah, remember Combermere's team featured a guy by the name of Naji Holder. I think he plays football now, but had really good pace, and I remember facing him. Could not see the ball. Could not see the delivery. It's the end of the over. 47 for 1. So Zion topping his bat. Spinning option for Milo Lodge. Already taken 1 wicket so far of just 4 overs. So.
Yeah, that was a good spell being bowled there by Toppin. Like you said, he bowled some 4 overs and picked up that 1 wicket. But it's the introduction of spin, the captain Liam Seeley. He's the man coming into the attack. His team's just 47 for 1 off 8 overs, and he's really been the main destroyer for this Lodge team, and he's coming to the attack now, Anwar.
Yeah, 36 wickets so far for the competition. If you look at the stats, 5 for 22, 4 for 20 versus Brantley Adams, 5 for 30 in the semi-final versus Christchurch Foundation. Take a single, but this young man has been bowling really well for the duration of this competition, and can just see also having 9 catches.
A very good player, Liam Seeley. I love his action. One obviously model off of someone like Nathan Lyon. He gives it some generous flight, but he's got a very, very good action, and like you said, he's had a really good tournament, some 36 wickets to date, and I'm sure he would want to continue in that vein.
Get a couple here, but that was so close. Andy Payne, and 37 wickets actually.
Yeah, 37. So you see him, young Hines going on the back foot to that one. The delivery just probably getting a bit of spin back a little bit to the right hand batter. He did well past the batsman and also the keeper, Mason, who's looked very good, by the way. But young Seeley, like we said, one who we really, really look forward to impress here.
Bit of an appeal there, but umpire Sheena Welch not interested. You look at the field set by Seeley.
Yes, you can see he's got a slip. He's got a man at point, cover, extra cover, mid off. He's got a long on. He's got a mid wicket, a man at the deep mid wicket boundary, and a short man there at square leg. But this is looking forward to very much of a challenge, a battle between this pair. Like we said, both Barbados under 15 players.
A very good matchup. That's the end of the over. Harrison College 49 for 1.
So yeah, quiet start there by Liam Seeley. Like we said, a man who's got some 37 wickets to date in this tournament. Bowling there to young Hines and Batson. This should really be the challenge really for Xavier Batson. Like we said, Liam Seeley, he's got some variations, very nice action. And he also gets the ball to turn quite a bit as well. So it looks to be a very good matchup, like you said. Young Hines, a very short man. Usually short men play the spin a bit more on the back foot, but he might want to get forward a little bit more to young Liam Seeley, the lengths that he does bowl.
Shonico Sargent is the new bowler. He is also up there in terms of wickets, 33. 7 for 26 against St. Michael, including a hat-trick. 5 for 7 versus the Alling School. 5 for 12 and 4 for 6 versus Grantley Adams. So he has impressed.
He's also picked up 4 for 4 against the Ersley, so very economical kind of figures. He's been getting wickets and he's getting them very cheaply as well, Shonico Sargent.
Appeal.
Young Mason, the keeper, you see him picking the bills and coming all the way down to the bowler. He's appealing and screaming for that dismissal, but Sheena Welch on move at square leg. But a nice nifty take there by young Malachi Mason and trying to catch the umpire a bit off guard. I can say was see Hines, he was very much in his ground. But a good sharp chance there by the keeper.
Yeah, that's good to see, Andy. Shows the passion for the game. Very animated.
It's good. Very watchful there by Hines. Like you said, this man, Shonico Sargent, quite a few wickets, 33 wickets all told. And he's been very tight with his wickets as well. He's been miserly. He's picking up these wickets at a very, very, very low price, really, so to speak.
Final ball of the over. Runs for sure. Wouldn't get all the way to the boundary, but they'll come back. So that's smart cricket there, Andy. And it's the 50 up for Harson College. This now will be the final delivery of the over.
Will be so 50 coming off of some 63 deliveries in 42 minutes, some 6-4s and 1-6 for the Harrison College team. Shanika Sargent trying to close out this one. Tight delivery again by on the leg stump, and all he could do is work it into the mid wicket area. So the over comes to an end on wire. 51 for 1.
Yeah, good over. As you mentioned about being economical. This stage of the contest, 10 overs gone. I think Lodge School will be happy with this score. Of course, they'll want perhaps another wicket or two before lunch, but I think they'll be happy so far.
Yeah, they'll be happy. Like you said, the contest is really here now when the spinners came on. Spin twins, we can call them, but you can see with spinners of different variations. Seeley tried to give it a little bit more flight, a bit more guile, and Sargent, he seems to be a bit flatter, a bit faster. But two different types of off spinners, but they really can put the brakes on. As Javian Batson, he continues to bat well. He's on 30 off 21 deliveries, so he hasn't done a lot of this. He hasn't had the bulk of the strike of the scoring. He's done the bulk of the scoring, but not a lot of the strike he's had. So a lot will depend on him.
That's gone. And it will get all the way for a boundary for Batson. That's a good shot.
A good shot indeed, giving some air, and again getting to good position and hit that one straight over the bowler's head. And that man at long on had no chance. But he said he'll do the bulk of the scoring for this Harrison College team, Javian Batson. He's not one that you can really bog down, so to speak. So they will walk together by see the back of him if they're going to make any inroads.
This is a replay, and that's such a good shot from Batson. Great awareness. Quick single, has to hurry. In the end, gets there. Smart cricket.
Yeah,
very smart there.
A good call there from Hines, the non-striker. It wasn't played with a lot of power, but so the man at point, he had to kind of wait for it. So Hines, the non-striker, he was calling Batson, who was a bit hesitant, but eventually he came through, and an easy single in the end.
Yeah, and always good to rotate the strike, especially in these phases of the contest, especially when the spinner's on.
Yes, good call by you. You want to just keep the spinners away. You don't want to bowl too many deliveries at you as a batter. So you want to rotate the strike and try to get your non-striker on some of the strikes. So the overs come to an end. Like you said, the spinners, they'll really get through it. Liam Seeley, he's now completed his second over, conceding just 6 runs. And Harrison College winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 56 for 1 after 11.
Shanika Sargent, just the 1 over, just conceding 2 runs. It's a bit of a stoppage in play here because it seems to be the batsman. Batson looking perhaps to change his bat. He's having a look at it, seeing something wrong.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a back change for the Javian Batson. See that Definitely refaced from Liam Seeley. Kind of hit the bottom of the bat. Like you said, he didn't get all the timing on it. So he seems to have damaged the bat somewhat. So he's going now for his second bat. Javion Batson. These players these days have lots of equipment. So see young Javion Batson sending for a replacement as he's about to face it to Shanico Sargent.
Sargent. Yeah, starts with a dot and very watchful there from Batson. And again, I want to respect good bowling, and this is exactly what Batson has been doing so far. Just taking his time, respecting the good bowling, putting away the bad deliveries. Good single.
Yeah, indeed, like that rotational strike, like you said, rightfully so, just playing that one into the leg side and picking up an easy single on that occasion. But like you said, these players know each other very well. Batson and Sargent was very much out of the St. Catherine mold, also the players for the Barbados on the 15 together. So it's a little bit of a competition amongst these young men. They're fighters, they want to play together at club cricket and local levels, so they know everyone, neighbouring districts, they all live close by.
And again, Mason is appealing.
He's a very animated young man, Malachi Mason, just again picking the wheels off on that occasion and asking for a dismissal, the delivery flighted and just beating the outside edge. Like you see, just losing his balance a bit there, Hines, but I think he was in a good position. I'm not sure if Mason was appealing for a stumping or caught behind. As you can see him getting all the way down there and showing all his emotion.
Young Mason always appealing, and that's the end of the over. Carson College 57 for 1. Drinks break. Yeah, look at the scorecard. Just the 1 wicket falling so far. Charles Wood, he went for 5. Offside top in. But it really has been the steadying of the ship. Carson College's captain, Javion Batson, 36 from 27. The Lodge School top in with the only wicket so far, conceding just 10 runs. Scanterbury, Gittins and Seeley so far wicketless. The drinks break, Carson College 57 for 1. Wonderful conditions for cricket. We welcome you back to beautiful Bridgetown, Barbados, at the iconic Kensington Oval. This is the 2025 Student Revolving Loan Fund BCA Under 15 Schools Final. Regions Mecca. And in case you're now joining us, Harson College, after winning the toss, deciding to have first knock. 57 for 1. Just losing the 1 wicket of Charles Wood. He went for 5. And ever since it has been Batson and Aidan Hines. Spotted Harson College so far. Old School will return with the spin. It's going to be Seeley to continue following the drinks break. Yours truly, Anmar Goodrich Boyce, still alongside Andy Payne.
Lovely play first session there, very much so, before the drinks break. I think Harrison College, you would think that they've done a pretty good job, gotten it to 57, only some 12 overs being bowled. The captain, Javian Batson, he's still very much there on 36. But as you said, the Spin Twins, they're very much on now. Captain Liam Seeley of the Lodge School, Milo Lodge. He would want to really make a breakthrough here and continue his fine work that he had all tournament.
Yeah, you mentioned about the breakthrough, and definitely would be on the minds of Milo Lodge. We saw at the drinks break conversations going on between both teams. Perhaps the Lodge coaching staff pouring and trying to encourage the boys to get that breakthrough. Israel Rowe on the other hand, and Harrison College, the message would be to continue batting.
Very much so. He would want his boys to continue batting, probably his bat for the duration of today. Really, that would really be the first plan for them to bat up day one. Remember, this game is being played over 3 days, Anwar. If you have a look into the Lodge camp there, see the reserves just waiting to assist anyone on the field. And again, a good delivery there being bowled by that man Liam Seeley, just drawing his man a bit wide on the outside, taking the outside edge, going pretty close to the boundary. But good work by Shakobi Giddens on that, running all the way back from that point area to pick up what just resulted in some 2 runs. But very good piece of bowling there by Liam Seeley. See him just drawing his man a bit wider on that occasion, and Giddens having to run all the way from slip on Brett to the third man to prevent any boundary.
That's good work in the field from Gittins. Good legs there. That's through the gap. And it's timed sweetly and gets to the boundary. What a shot from Batson.
Another lovely shot being essayed there by Batson, coming off to the front foot and just stroking that one past the man at extra cover, as well as the long off fielder had no chance, just getting his head all over that in good position and hitting it all along the ground and into the boundary for yet another 4. So the over is coming in at the end of that lovely shot. So Harrison College moving up to 63 for 1, but look at that, test book style.
Glorious. Piercing the field. And he didn't try to hit it too hard. Perfect timing. The execution was flawless. That's what you want to see at this level as well.
Very attractive player, like you said. He's one who plays for the Barbados on the 15, and you can see why. You can see his presence in the middle. He's got the shots. He's got the temperament, really. And you can see just waiting for that delivery, giving some air and side you off some bit wider, a bit fuller on that occasion. and he was in a very good position to play a good shot.
Sargent. Getting the ball to go a bit here, Andy. Might as well have to be careful.
Yeah, like we said, they're two contrasting style of spinners. Sargent, you can see him getting some drift and leaving the right-hand batsman. He gets the ball, take it away from the right-hander. Sealy more in the traditional off-spinner mold, just getting it nice, high flighted and trying to beat you on the inside edge with his spin. But good guile. But Sargent, that's why we said he's a bit more tighter with his trajectory, and like you said, also get the ball to move away from the right-hander bat.
See the different variations as well in terms of the bowling. Yeah, Mason again. He's been keeping us entertained here up in the commentary box. Convinced they're the Milo Lodge team, but I stood firm.
See them putting a bit of pressure on the umpire O'Neill Moore. You have a look, that's close to the outside edge, and Mason and Sargent, they were pretty convinced that he had his man on that occasion, but again, O'Neill Moore just saying not out.
Good shot. Wouldn't go the distance. They pick up the single. But that one there from Sargent down the leg side, and perhaps didn't get enough on it. But it's the end of the over. Harrison College 64 for 1. And just a look back at the replay there. Yeah, very close to the outside edge. Mason thought that they had their man. Sealy will be back. Get a couple here. Arsenal College, they come back for 2.
Yeah, just losing his line there, young Sealy. After that exquisite drive by Batson, probably at the back end of the over, will come a bit straighter, and you see the sweep coming out there by Hines and playing it nicely behind square to pick up yet another 2. So good work there by Hines, offering good support. He's now gone into double figures as well.
He's been very patient, not wanting to rush his shots. Spending time at the crease. You see again, Andy, he's looking for that pull shot. Waiting for the short delivery. Has to be careful though.
Yeah, like I said, a wily type of bowler, Liam Sealy. He's one who can really outfox you in that area. You see him getting a bit straighter there. That one was probably a bit closer to Hines than he was anticipated, so he hit a bit in the air. He got lucky that he didn't carry out to the fielder.
And I just wonder what might be the plan and strategy for Lodge to get this wicket. Had the spinners on for quite some time now. Perhaps go back to pace.
I'm sure this pair will do the bulk of the bowling really for the law school, and that's where you want to get that fault shot being essayed there by Batson. That was a bit too wide on that occasion. See him try to go for the drive again, and that's exactly what Seeley wants, to get him to play those type of shots, get into the house like we said, and try to bowl him inside the gate. But the over has come to an end. 67 for 1. Batson, he's on 42, and with him Hines, he's on 11.
Lovely first session of cricket here. The student revolving loan fund. BCA on the 15th final. This is Shoniko Sargent.
Like we said, Sergeant, he will continue to be miserly. He's into his 4th over now. He's just conceded some 4 runs, and Anmar. It continues to be tight, like we said. He's just getting that ball to move away from the off spinner, and again a beaten outside the off stump. I think what he might be inclined to do probably is bring another man into the catching position, probably much for Sergeant. He's continuing to beat Hines outside the outside edge.
In the air for a bit, but it will land safe. They come back for 2, has to hurry, and it's safe. And perhaps a bit more urgency needed there in the field, Andy, because there was a bit of hesitation between the 2 batsmen whether or not to come back for the 2 or just take the single. Should have been put away.
I think it rushed him for pace, really.
I think Lodge will want Hines to do the bulk of the facing at this stage. Big swing there, perhaps. Bit of pressure on Hines.
Yeah, pressure indeed. You can see Batson having a word with him, very disturbed with that shot, Captain Batson. So he just continues to patiently bat him out. He's going to be one of those asking a lot of questions. He's going to test your technique. He's going to test your patience. You don't want to give it away at this stage. Better.
Yeah, much better, but it's the end of the over. 69 for 1. Javion Batson well set, 42.
Better shot, just keeping his head over that one, playing it all along the ground, and that's really what continue to do, just putting it along the ground. Just wait until he gives you something. You don't want to make anything, you got to hold it ahead of you. You got to try to get the big numbers, you got to try to get those centuries. Sure, just having a word with his dad, Albert Batson, a bit earlier this morning, who's very much in Antigua on a coaching assignment with the ladies. Saying good morning there to Ulrich. His young man is playing some very, very nice shots. But like we said, this is where the challenge will come. His patience will be tested. He just needs to carry on. He's got a very good start.
Has applied himself very well. Definitely know what is required to push on his team.
That's what's so good about this tournament, and Anmar. Just to see the young men, they've got the shots. It's all about the shot selection here, and where you can bat and know when to score. You know, you don't want to give it away at this stage. You've got your start. You just got to stay there. Just wait until something's given to you, and get those big hundreds.
This is where it all starts in terms of that preparation, Andy. That's a good single. Very, very, very good single.
Well played again there by Hines. Just rotating the strike.
End of the over. 71 for 1. And I was making the point. These young men will be hoping and aspiring to go on, of course, and play at the highest level. This is the first real test of what it could be like to play at the Test cricket level. This is a lovely shot of the Central Bank of Barbados. Beautiful Bridgetown, Barbados. Lovely to see. Good camera work from our production team. Yeah, Test cricket, the ultimate test, as we would say. This is where it all begins in terms of preparation for that level. So this is good to see these young batsmen applying themselves, having the patience and the temperament at the crease. Very much needed.
Exactly, and you know, we've been fed quite a lot of a diet of some white ball cricket of recent, but you always have to come back here to the basics. Like you said, you want to set those resume full of centuries. You've got your time. You don't have to rush it. You know, you just need to be selective. The tests will come where you just need to bat and bat until something's given to you. You don't have a stipulation as to how much you have to score in a timely manner. So here is really what to see the patience of these young players.
Stepping down the wicket there, Hines. Again Mason, clipping off the bills. We've seen that so often so far in this opening session.
One of those keepers, a diminutive guy, Malachi Mason. So he's got some good hands, must say. He's getting some really good positions and gathering the ball, but he's very, very animated.
And determined as well. Another good take, and that completes the over. 71 for 1. This is the final. The Student Revolving Loan Fund BCA Under 15 cricket final. That was a maiden over. Sergeant. Yeah, good to see the young ones coming out. Empire Camp. That's a familiar face there. Couple of them taking in the action, perhaps hoping one day that they will be on this stage as well, playing at the Mecca. Seeley again.
Yeah, they want to play the trade here for sure. The young lot from the Empire camp over there in Bank Hall. So lovely to see them in the stands and just fans this final.
Rare occasion series down the leg side.
Similarly, as we said, the patience being shown by the batters, the bowlers as well. Equally, they've got to be patient. Just need to plan your dismissal, really. You don't want to be getting scored on both sides of the wicket. You need to know that at this stage you want to be conceding runs. Just kept Batson on strike for as long as he could, keep him quiet, and just try to probably pry out that wicket of Hines. But you don't want to be experimenting too much at this stage. You just want to be consistent and just waiting patiently.
And Batson has been very smart in terms of his assessment of not only the conditions but the strategy of this Milo Lodge team. So he will know all about the plan. Such a good mental test. Very good shot from Batson. Was in the air for a bit, but he now pushes on and moves to 47. So just 3 away from that half century. Over comes to end. 75 for 1. It's another look at the shot. Very good. Javier Batson as we welcome back the veteran Andrew Mason.
Hello to you, young Anmar, the young buck. So a veteran and a young buck doing some work. 75 for 1, you're right. It's been a good start. And I like what you said about Batson batting with a washpan of common sense here. He's on 47 against 2 of the best bowlers in the Milo Lodge team, the 2 off spinners. And Sargent will continue, and of course the captain, Seeley.
Yeah, watchful again from Hines. And we mentioned a bit earlier about some pressure, and he's only scored 14 from 48. But no need to be in a rush. Has so much time to spend at the crease. Yeah, lots of cricket to play.
Yeah, you're right about that. Sargent does bowl pretty well to Hines. He's been unlucky on a couple of occasions. Certainly has maintained good control and has been economical.
And again, another good delivery there.
Interesting field. There's the backward point, there's an extra cover, short extra cover, and mid off. So they're men on the offside saving 1. Some captains would just take the short extra cover out and invite him to go for that drive and look to go through the gate. He's been good. He's floated it beautifully. Of course, at this level, you don't get the aggression of the field placed in with the forward short leg or the silly point, which is expected.
And it's interesting you mentioned the field as the over comes to end. 75 for 1, and you mentioned not having the aggression. But perhaps the field setting from both teams, the Harrison College when they come to bowl, Lodge no, it's very good to see at this level though, Andrew. It shows that these players are understanding the game. They're not just playing. Cricket knowledge, very important at this stage.
In fact, I saw Justin Paris captain the Commonwealth team last year in the finals against Lodge. I'll get back to that after this delivery.
Yeah, just looking to pull that one on the leg side as you were making the point.
Yeah, and I thought he was brilliant. It was a tight game, and there he was just making sure that things were pretty good in terms of field placing, set the offside field, and was very, very good in terms of his execution.
Yeah, no chance for the shot. And this has been a very good knock from Batson. And he raises the bat. And it has been a very good half century. Job not over just yet. But he's laid the foundation, the captain, Javion Batson. He'll be looking to push on to 3 figures.
Yes, he's done very well in this competition so far. Highest of 76 against Corrigan Parry, 63 against Graydon Seeley, 60 against Alexandra. So he's been consistent, leading from the front, the captain, understanding the importance of a leader.
Only get a single, but what a way it was to a very good shot to bring up the milestone.
Yeah, he's an attacking player. As I said earlier, I know him. He's from the St. Catherine's programs. I've seen a lot of him. Hits the ball very well. A quiet man, but certainly with the bat, he certainly has done a good job. And it's an important cog in Harrison College's wheel here. Hines has not been as secure, but he's been effective. That's important. He's now faced 53 balls. And after the early loss of Wood, these two have settled things quite well in a partnership that has realized some 52 runs so far. Make that 48. He's done very well. Hines had his chances, a couple of confident appeals for, first of all, a catch, then a stumping, but he survived, and that's the important thing. We'll consult with his captain, 80 for 1.
You mentioned Hines doing his job. And no need to be in a rush, as I made the point a bit earlier. There's so much time left in this match. Of course, only the first day. You see another look at that glorious shot from Batson. Yeah, no rush.
No rush at all. In fact, he started in a rush at the top. In fact, first couple of balls he faced, made 22 from the first over he faced. He really batted very well. So umpire Sheena Welch and O'Neill Moore, the two umpires. Umpire Moore, first time I'm seeing umpire Moore. He's had a couple of top decisions to make already. That's very well played. Nice use of the feet. Hitting it wide of long on for single. And just get the feeling when you see Batson bat at this under 15, it looks as if he really should be in a higher league, maybe under 17. Of course, he would have played for the Barbados under 19, the under 15 actually, earlier this year in Antigua. Very good player, along with the man who's actually just bowled to him, Sargent, and Seeley. They're all in that team. Game being watched by the chairman of selectors, Mr. Elvis Howard, whose job seems to be very secure. Barbados continue to win.
Yeah, doing a very good job. Elvis missed his line a bit there, Sargent. But yes, Andrew, Batson looks a class player. Definitely a cut above the rest, for sure.
I suppose there's a bit of frustration in the Milo Lodge team not being able to get any more wickets, having gotten the first quite cheaply. These two have added 49 now for wicket number 2.
That's the over comes to end. 81 for 1.
Come on, Jai. Come on, Jai. Come on, Jai.
Sargent has been brilliant. 7 overs, 2 maidens done for 7. Great economy in his effort. And I think it's a good achievement for Harrison College, because one of the main bowlers, Liam C., the captain, is not going to bowl anymore. He's had 7 overs on the trot, none for 26. We're going to have a change from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end. So that's good as far as Harrison College is concerned. They've been able to just keep Seeley out. He's such an important bowler for them. Five for 22 and 4 for 20 against Grantley Adams. 5 for 30 against. This is a bit of a loose shot. New bowler coming into the attack. Got to be careful. But just making the point that Seeley has been good. 4 for 5 against Ali and 4 for 10 against St. Michael's, and already 36 wickets in this competition.
Yeah, very impressive figures from Seeley. The new bowler is with the confirmation, but Matty Innes, the new bowler.
He's very slow indeed. Seems as if you have to wait a day and a half and a piece for the ball to arrive. Let's have a look at young Innes. Very little man. Have a look at this. There we go. Oh! The ball is taking a long time to arrive, but a lovely shot. And it's going to go for 4. Bad work by the fielder down on the long off here. That's naughty. That's going for 4.
Yeah, the 50 partnership comes up. And definitely would have expected that one to be stopped. Bit of misfeeling. And welcome runs, of course, for Harrison College and Batson. We'll have a look at it one more time. Nice outside the off stump, and it's a very good drive. And the fielder should have done better here. So we have a look at it. Not quite. Gets to the boundary. One remaining in the over. Come back for 2 for sure. Just 1. And it's a boundary. Oh my. 4 byes. That now is the end of the over. Harrison College 89 for 1. Yeah, the chase in vain from the fielder. Really should have stopped that one. Had too much pace. Gets to the boundary.
Correct. 13 ball, 7 balls.
Just a bit of field setting going on here by Lodge. Sargent to continue. bashful again from Hines.
Again, sloppy work by the Milo Lodge. So 90 for 1. Batson continuing to be very solid. Hines has really, in the last, I'd say, half an hour done well. He looked a little jerky at the start, but has settled. That's the importance of occupation of the crease. And has stayed with his captain. They've done a good job for Harrison College.
I think he's done his job, Hines. Well, he would want to score and put runs on the board. Being there with the captain. Important. This is in the air and it's taken. So it's the breakthrough for Milo Lodge. And it's the end of Aidan Hines. He goes for 15. Scanterbury the catcher. And Harrison College have lost their second. It's 90 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was a short delivery. It was a long hop, really. Eyes open wide and pulled it down the throat of the fielder about 10 meters at forward square. So that's a gift of a wicket, really, and Hines would be disappointed that he wasn't able to maybe hit that ball out of Kensington. It was a long hop, but as we do know, long hops do get wickets. Remember David Holford against India in the 70s, bowling long hops and full tosses and got 5. So the long hop can be a wicket taken delivery, as we've seen, and he departs. And a wicket that went against the run of play because Harrison College have been on top. Look at this. This is short, outside the leg stump, swung away up towards that wicket. A good catch taken, and that's the kind of success that they would have been looking for.
That wicket means that Franklin Durant is in at 4. And immediately he's off the mark. Batson continues. To play well here. That is gone. No need for the fielder to settle. Maximum from Batson.
Yeah, and of course what would have helped too, the boundaries are not that big, and he hit it high over the top of long off, got to the pitch and hit it well. Well done to Batson, sailing over long off. Of course the leg spinner can be untidy with his bowling, and we've seen that so far. He's got a wicket with a long hop, but ever since then he's been off target and has been punished by Batson for Hugh 6. Gotta try and get the length right.
That is gone as well. So Batson really taking to win this, and that's the 100 up for Harrison College. Another good shot. As the over comes to an end. It's 105 for 2. So another look at it. Very well played. So in case you're not joining us, this is the Student Revolving Loan Fund BCA Under 15 cricket final here at Kensington Oval. And what a battle it has been. Harrison College, after winning the toss, electing to bat first, 105 for 2. Javion Batson, their captain, on 69. Franklin Durant, new to the crease, he's only faced one delivery, and he will be on strike to Sargent.
Yep, so Durant. Of course, the name Durant is a very well known name in Barbados. Orville Durant, the former police commissioner. So Gittins is back.
Yeah, good pace. We get a quick single.
And good awareness on the part of Batson just to get Durant out the far line. The ball was pushed down to where forward shortly would be very alert. Batson called him through for the run. He was a little bit late in responding, but there was always a single there. Well done to Batson, who knows his cricket. Of course, he comes from St. Catherine's, and the St. Catherine's boys do, in fact, know their cricket, I would imagine. From Bayfield. Place that produced Telston Payne, Milton Small. And Fred Plastic Bag, of course, was a better calypso than the cricketer. Very well bowled indeed by Gittins, who is from the neighbouring district, a Marleyville man.
So many players from St. Philip.
Yeah, of course. St. Philip Lodge and St. John, the neighbouring parish. And also from Harrison College as well. Their captain is a Philippine, born and bred at St. Catherine's. Father Ulrich Batson. His mother's a big supporter of St. Catherine's.
Another good delivery. So St. Philip producing some very good cricketers throughout the years. Some legends of the game, as you mentioned. Some Payne and Milton Small.
Wayne Daniel as well is from that part of the world. Nicknamed Black Diamond. Don't see him a lot nowadays, good old Wayne Daniel. Would have suffered, I suppose, in the late 70s because of the great tradition and because of the fine fast bowlers. Then it would have been difficult to have made a West Indies side. Daniel today would play 100 test matches comfortably when you consider that Justin Graves is one of the frontline bowlers for the West Indies. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's gone for 4.
Exquisite. Absolutely brilliant from Batson. Yeah, a bit of a smile on Gittins' face, but not a happy one. As we wait for the replay, but that was outside the off stump. Enough with the punishment it deserved.
Well, his previous highest in this competition is 76 against Corrigan Parry. He's now 73, but I'm sure he'll have visions, Almar, of making 100 here.
It's definitely well set. And that will be that for the opening session of this, the Student Loan Revolving Fund BCA under 15 cricket final here at Kensington Oval. And it has been a very good opening session from Harson College, and they'll feel happy with this. They go to lunch at 110 for 2, just losing those 2 wickets. Charles Wood for 5 and Aidan Hines for 15. But since the fall of the first wicket, it has been their captain, Javion Batson, who's got up to 73 from 67.
Yeah, you're right, 110 for 2, certainly a session that belonged to Harrison College. Having won the toss, led by their captain, 73. Batson batting very well, got good support from Hines. And I mean, Wood departed for 5, 20 balls. But look at that, Batson 73 from 67 balls. Hines, I thought, gave good support, 15, got up just before the break. Long hop caught down at the mid-wicket by Scantlebury, and Durant came at an interesting time just before the break, but survived 2 from 2. So 110 for 2 in 26 overs. It's been a good session for the Harrison College team.
Yeah, look at the bowling figures. Just the 2 wickets for the Lodge School. Toppin 1 for 10 and Innes 1 for 17. So Scantlebury, Gittins and Seeley wicketless. And I wouldn't say they've struggled, but it has been very good batting from Batson, leading the way for Harrison College. So the bowlers with some work to do. First session belongs to Harrison College.
Yeah, well, of course, when you look at Seeley and Sargent, the 2 main bowlers that came into the attack after Toppin, Scantlebury and Gittins bowled, but importantly not getting wickets. In fact, there was a major concession when Seeley pulled himself out of the attack. So it's been a good session for the Harrison College team. 110 for 2, Durant 2, and Batson, who no doubt will be at 100, he's batted very well for 75. Of course, we're going to continue, and we're going to throw now to some action in terms of the under 15 last year.
At the Rubis Sports Club on the mighty Granite Highway, it's Nichols Bakery Combermere up against Milo Lodge, the Combermere side being the defending champions. And the early news is that they've won the toss, and quite predictably they've decided to bowl first on the pitch, which should have a great deal of assistance. Chance for a catch taken, down at cover. Mr. Pearson bowling to this good team. Chance for a catch, recognising the importance of the promotion of the sport despite the fact that things are not going well for cricket in the Caribbean. Half shot for leg before maybe heading down the leg side.
50.
That's gone away. Bad delivery and put away for 4. Wow. What a way to go. Here now. Bowled him. Fantastic delivery. Bang on target. More trouble for Milo Lodge. The length right on the off stump.
Yeah, well, of course, just to let you know that the break for lunch is 1:50, so we're going to keep going. We just showed you some highlights from the game last year. It's played not too far from here at the Texaco grounds. The Common Bay team came out on top against Lodge, and we also saw some pretty good cricket from the Common Bay team. Now being rejoined by Andy Payne. Andy, when you look at it, so far it's been a good spell of cricket from Harrison College, 110 for 2.
Good spell indeed. Some fantastic shots being played there by Javion Batson. He's 75 off 67 balls, Andrew. 11 fours and 3 sixes. But I can tell you some very authoritative shots being played by young Batson. He's really brought his A game here. He won the toss this morning. He elected to bat. He said it looks a good pitch. And I'm telling you what, he's really capitalized on the toss.
So innings to continue. Ball into Durant, the new batsman. Franklin Durant. Of course, we do know Franklin Stevenson.
Yeah, young Kimani Ennis, the leg spinner. You've seen it given a generous flight. So he will want to bowl quite a few deliveries at Durant because he saw the treatment that he was meted out from Batson in his previous over.
But they've got the mid-wicket forward square really deepish, so you get a single on the onside. But of course you can't argue too much because actually there was where the catch was taken to dismiss the last man, Hines. It was a long hop ball by the man who's actually bowling now.
Yeah, you know they said leg spinners tend to get wickets on those types of deliveries, but you know he just proved that as well. A long hop, moving away from the right-hander, trying to hit it across the line, and couldn't beat that man at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I was talking about David Holford against India in the 70s. The late, great David Holford. Saw my good friend Harold Eastman just opening his eyes there. Very good leg spinner. And bowled lots of long hops and full tosses against India and got 5. So that long hop could prove to be a wicket-taking delivery, as we've seen over the years. Very well bowled.
Yeah, to see that, and the truth is, you said leg spinners tend to get wickets with those long hops and full tosses. But another good delivery just to close out that over there by Ennis, just giving it lots of air. Andrew seems to be getting a little bit of spin as well. Batson very watchful and staying there on 76. He said his highest score previously was 76, so he's equal to that, and sure he's got some sight set of getting up to a century.
Yes, he's done well. There's no question about that. He's had a good time in terms of consistency. 76, 63, 43, 60. And of course, as a spinner, good, 6 for 42 and 6 for 29. So he is the rock really for them. So after the experiment of bowling Gittins for just an over, looks as if Shaunaka Sargent is back into the attack. He's one of the main bowlers for the Milo Lodge team, wicketless, but has been economical. In fact, his 8 overs just cost in 8 runs. Very well bowled indeed. Suppose with the new batsmen coming to battle, if they reckon they should get one of their main bowlers back into the attack, having got rid of Hines.
What's been good for Batson really is that he didn't have a lot of strike off of someone like Shaunaka Sargent, who said he was very economical. So it might be a good ploy to keep him away but he's batting so effortlessly. I don't think anything would bother him really.
Yeah, he's a good player. I mean, he's above this level. There's no question about that. Sargent will be advised to give the ball some air. Of course, at this level, you don't have the aggression of field placing, but there we go. A bit flat. Got to give it some air. Bring him on the front foot. Of course, in your day when you played for Maple, you'd have the bat pad in. Inside edge onto the pad. That field is down at backward square behind the umpire, especially at Trent's.
Especially at Trent's. Well, I will be more inclined to probably bring a man into the offside, catching gully, second slip maybe.
Yep.
Because he's got the ball moving away from the right-hander.
Yeah. The ball's a good arm ball. It's tallish, gets a bit of bounce. He's got just a slip, but generally a defensive feel. He's got to give it some air. Just bring him on. Just slow it down a bit. Here he goes. And that's much better. Much better. But the batsman, I thought, Durant played it well up the pitch. There's no run. The over comes to an end, 113 for 2.
Yes, continues to be Misley, Shawnee Sargent. Like you said, he probably would want to slow it down a bit, ask him to come a bit more on the front foot. Like you see Durant getting on the back foot quite easily and being able to defend quite those deliveries. But again, a limited ball in that Batson again on Shawnee Sargent. So Batson again staying away from the Sargent end.
Shot of the Central Bank of Barbados. Of course, I'm doing some investment there at the Central Bank. They're giving you 4.5%. Harold Eastman is going to go tomorrow. Speak to those people there. Hello to our friends at the Central Bank, Dr. Kevin Greenwich, a St. Philip man as well. I think they call it Boss Plus, if my memory serves me right. Yeah, Boss Plus. I've got to get a couple before the day's over. But the boss really has been Batson. He's really batted very well.
You can add a plus to that as well in his stroke play.
Oh, wonderful. That's why we pay you big bucks and bring you to do commentary. Good old Andy Payne out of St. Lucie. Only female parish, St. Lucie. Turned away by Durant. I think Captain Seeley may be advised, maybe just to come back. They've gotten the breakthrough, but you just don't want the game to meander. You want to bring your best bowlers into the attack to try to get rid of Durant at least.
And what I said, I thought when they brought in Gittins for that over, I thought what really was going to happen is that Shawnee Sargent was going to go to the Malcolm Marshall end, and someone like Liam Seeley was going to come back from the Joel Garner end. And I thought that would have been a good change-up. As we said, the arm ball being bowled by Shawnee Sargent from that southern end.
Yep, you're right. You're good assessment again. It's much better delivery. Beautifully flighted there by the little man, Innes. Just as tall as the stumps, really. Look at him. That's a full toss, driven down to long off for 1. Harold Eastman screams he can't use the word tall when you speak of Innes, young Innes.
So would we say Malachi is a bit shorter than Innes?
Oh, what a picture to take, really. And the man at backward point is also a little man as well. Very well bowled. Is Durant coming forward, slightly taller, slimly built. So Innes finishes his 4th over. He's got 1 for 25. And it's 116 for 2 as we head towards lunch on the first day.
Well, quiet period there the last 2 overs really. Shawnee Sargent and Innes not giving much away in those previous 2 overs. But again, quite a lot of balls being bowled there to Durant.
And of course, next to the Central Bank St. Michael's Cathedral. Have you ever been to St. Michael's Cathedral to listen to a sermon from Dean Harold Critchlow, who just left us recently? Yeah. Of course, former Prime Minister Errol Barr would never forgive him for that. Wonderful. I'll never forget that in the 70s. He was spot on. Dean Critchlow. It's a firm drive. Use of the feet, beautifully played. Lovely picture on Primetime Sports tonight. Get into the pitch, elbows well cocked. The player to watch is young Batson. Beautifully bowled. Good comeback delivery. They know each other very well. They are from St. Catherine's Club. And their fathers both played for St. Catherine's as well. And they're good friends, I'm told. So there's a lot of respect for Sargent coming from Batson. I'm sure that Batson wouldn't want Sargent to dismiss him.
Exactly, and I was just about to go there, Andrew. I'll tell you, he got a big price on that wicket, especially facing up to someone like Shonicle Sargent, who's very much there. Remember, we also
Oh, beautifully bowled. That's beautifully bowled indeed. The keeper didn't take it. Sargent is just swinging his hands about. There was that a bit of a stumping chance, possibly. I'm not quite sure, but keeper didn't take. He was beaten with a beautifully flighted delivery.
Very good delivery being bowled there by Shonicle Sargent.
He doesn't look happy.
No, he's not. He's very disturbed with whatever took place there. But like we said, this is what you want, the match up there, Andrew. He got to get some balls into the Batson.
Batson is very careful, very watchful. Just wondered if he might have just got a little inside edge there. It's difficult to tell, but from the reaction of the bowler, who's now going to come across and get very close to Mason, well, he shuns him really. He doesn't even look at him. That happens. Another maiden bowl by Sargent. He's been good, and I think he's bowled well enough to have picked up a wicket or two. 116 for 2.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Andrew. He's been good. He's asked questions, especially more so in this spell, bowling to Batson. And I said he didn't bowl a lot to Batson in his first spell. Batson probably he missed out on quite a lot of his bowling, but he's showing there that he's got the ability to ask some questions. And like you said, probably a bit of an inside edge, not taken cleanly by Mason. And you can see Shonicle Sargent very disturbed.
So Innes to continue with his leg breaks. Should be much happier bowling to Durant. Franklin Durant is his name. And game being watched by the head teacher of the Harrison College team, Miss Kelman. I just met her a couple minutes ago.
Just missing his line there, the leg spinner. Hold that one outside the leg stump. Nice neat hit again there by Malachi Mason.
Yeah. The parents are here on the 3W stand watching the action. Interesting enough, there's no use of the electronic scoreboard. I wonder what's going on there. I'm sure the BCA is rich enough to get that scoreboard going, I would imagine. But no use of it. 116 for 2. Should give a call to Calvin Hope, the new president. The stand Maple voted for Calvin Hope. Spartan voted for Philo Wallace. I was told that. 116 for 2. Not enough to get over the line there, Philo. He's on Mason and Guest this evening. The first question I'm going to ask him: Why did you think you didn't win? I'd be interested to hear what Philo has to say about that. Surprised by the results of the BCA?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised, and Andrew. I mean, when you saw the turnout of what was here, I was thinking that it would have been hard for someone like Philo or maybe Henry Wallace as well. It was represented by a lot of cricketers. Per se.
Oh, yeah. So that's going to go down to the boundary. It's going to get there. And again, you've got a situation where he's offline. That's gone down to that fine leg here. That's going to go for a boundary. Just think maybe the time for Seeley. Maybe as a captain to come back into the attack. Now he's one of the main bowlers, but he continues with Innes. In the context of the game so far, 5 overs to 29 is a bit expensive. As Harrison College continuing to do well, they won 20 for 2.
Because very, very good position to be in. Because winning the toss and electing to bat. The captain, Javian Batson, he's on 78, not out in the first session. So he's got quite a lot to do. He's got a lot of time to get up to that century. And you want to make it a big century if he does get there, because he doesn't look very troubled in this innings. Just that previous over from Shonicle Sargent, when he got one, probably beat him on the inside. But outside of that, he's looked really, really in good form and really, really in control.
So Sargent to continue his battle against Batson, who's been very vigilant, very watchful, very careful, very studious. Trying to keep him out. Last over survived. Might have been dropped or stumped by the keeper. Difficult to tell. But this is good bowling. You could see that they know each other well. Sargent has been good in control, hasn't bowled a bad delivery so it to be put away. And Batson has been watchful. This is a good contest. Good bowling again on the off stump. Bringing the batsman onto the front foot as well.
And this is the contest we want to see by our junior players, Andrew. We say we've been have a heavy diet of white ball cricket of recent, and to see them here, they have no stipulations on time or how to go about it. So I just want to see the patience being played on both young men's part.
Interesting that the extra cover is going to go back a bit. I don't know if that's part of the psychology, in that he was tight, but now he's been asked to go back, and it's on the boundary at cover. Again, giving the ball lots of air on the off stump. Good bowling. Keeping things tight, just encouraging that drive in the offside. Good thinking by the young man. Good bowling. This is a good contest. This is a very good contest between two cricketers knowing each other very well. Sargent has been good in terms of his control here.
And the strategy has been good as well, to ask that man to go about asking him to open up for the drive. I mean, and continue to give it the air, but still on a good length, good enough to have him on the defensive.
Yeah, again, he's been good. So that's what, 3 consecutive maidens now? Coming from Sargent, who continues to be very economical, wicketless. But of course, they say patience is bitter, but its fruits are sweet. Just keep the faith. 120 for 2.
And if I can carry on and continue saying, this is what we want to see, the patience being showed by both batter and bowler. Like you said, previously we've seen a lot of white ball cricket, asking the young players to get on with it. But here's an occasion where they got lots of time, just enough to try to work the batsman out, the batsman trying to keep the ball out. So this is the contest that we want to see being portrayed here by these young players, Andrew.
So, cricket started at 11:30, lunch about 20 minutes from now, Harold. Pretty long time. Of course, the BCA providing sumptuous lunch for the commentators as usual. In fact, it's interesting that, you travel across the world, and particularly in the Caribbean, and it's not as nice as the BCA. They look after you here, the BCA. Going to Sabina Park for a first-class match at Arnes Vale. Gone to Providence, and you don't get lunch, No. Well done to the BCA. Of course, the lottery has done them proud, thanks to the late, great Owen Seymour Arth, who brought them together and said, look, let's get support from the lottery. Well done, 120 for 2. Keeping our cricket strong. Very well done by the keeper. Malachi. Love that name, Malachi.
Is he related to you, Andrew?
I believe he is. All Masons are related. There's a place in Barbados called Mason Town. Yeah, Mason Town in Bayfield. Don't think there's many Masons as there were before. Of course, many have left and gone overseas and gone to various parts of Barbados. I was there on Sunday to see good old Pearl Mason, my mum. She's 90 now, looking as strong as ever. The old people, they still ask you if you're hungry. You can't tell them no, can you?
So you think we knew your reason for going to Bayfield?
Yeah, good old sweet potatoes I got as well. Brought some for Harold. And of course, the parents are here watching the cricket. That important relationship, that bonding is so important. So, 120 for 2.
Again, quiet time here again. Probably batting to try to get to that luncheon period. But Durant just offering good support there to Batson. He's on 9 off some 26 deliveries, trying to get a partnership going. Captain Liam Seeley coming back into the attack there. Just getting a few deliveries back in on target. It's a bit wayward at the start of his spell. But Shawnee Coast Sargent, 3 consecutive maidens and continue to be good.
also as well, in terms of Sargent, and those 3 bailings he's actually bowled to Batson, if I'm correct. So it's a good ploy by Batson just to keep Durant away. Of course, these guys are still learning the art, and maybe when Durant comes to the strike, you could just attack a little bit more. I think Batson has just dropped anchor here as he is looking forward to his sumptuous lunch by the BCA. I think it's also about respect for Sargent's bowling. Good off spinner, getting better and better. Could bat as well. I think he's better than his father, actually.
I played quite a lot with Sean Sargent. He was a very good player.
In fact, disappointment really, because I think when you saw him in Edison Rock, you would have thought and Terry Hunt would have gone on to have played for the West Indies. That didn't happen. Suppose they had more potential than runs. Harold is saying no after-school programs. Is that correct?
I think Harold's on to something. Remember, he said Harold been in this business for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He's a man with the stats. He's seen all the different formats of the cricket.
Yeah.
And you can say up to that on the 19 level, Harold's rightfully saying
Mhm.
after that is not really somewhere for them to go.
That's full. Down towards long on. So that's the first loose delivery. And that's what you got to do, be patient. And they'll get a second run. Poor cricket. Oh, what's going on there? Captain Seeley's not happy. The ball was thrown in no man's land by Gittins. Went down to that third man there for second. I'm sure Sargent would have been happy to have maybe bowled a couple of deliveries at Durant. That doesn't happen. As Batson gets two to go to 80 now.
He's reaching up to that 80. He's just 20 runs off that century that he's batted so well for, if he's going to get there.
This is good bowling. Good bowling. Just on top of that off stump, keeping the batsman onto the front foot. So the battle lines have been drawn between Sargent and Batson. They know each other well, both from St. Philip, both from St. Catharines. The Harrison College team doing well as we head towards the break at lunch. 122 for 2. So here's just a bit too short, really, to Durant. I'm sure Milo Lodge would love to pick a pepper before the break, as we say in Barbadian parlance. Get a wicket just before the break. The moment Harrison College are in control.
And like we said, Andrew, it's a learning stage for them. You see Seeley just getting a bit impatient, really.
Yeah, you're right.
You just want to have that patience. Bowl your best deliveries and just wait for the wicket. Don't think he's bowling enough deliveries in one area. He's not planning it. He's not setting it up.
And again, too short. That's not going to worry. Durant, give it some air. Bring him onto the front foot. Maybe just stick a feeling, even at that short extra cover, even if it's just psychological. It's just meandering here, really. He's faced 28 balls, Durant for his 9. Again, too short. To get a single. No. Where was Durant going? Fielded and that cover came in to pick it up.
And like we said, this is where the real test would come. On the red ball getting a bit older, 2 batsmen stuck on you. How are you going to go about it, Andrew? How are you?
Again, too short. They will get a single under the legs too. I'm sure that Seeley, one of his fathers is watching, because his father's always ringing things in his ears. I'm sure he must be somewhere around. Maybe saying, come on, give it a bit of air on the off stump.
His father's very much here, Andrew, as is his uncle, David Seeley, who was an off spinner.
Yeah, not bad at all, an off spinner. Harold tells me he's part of the coaching staff at Lodge, is that right? Oh, here today. So the over comes to an end, 123 for 2. Durant and Batson will converse. No doubt we'll say to each other, we do not want to lose another wicket before the break. We've done well. Keep it going.
Yes, the partnership is going along nicely. Things are a bit quiet. Batson's there continuing to bat his way up against Shanika Sargent, who's been very good. You can see the Lodge think tank there, very much having a view.
Yeah, Seeley's right there as well. Yeah, there we go. Well done to Mr. Blenman for pointing out. He said in the back, that's Seeley. Yes, there he goes. He always has shades on. Yes, he's got his brand name shades on there. Wonderful left arm spinner for the bank side. Took a lot of wickets, but never got into the Barbados team. Now, Sargent decides to go round the wicket now to Durant. What do you think is the ploy here?
I'll be interested to see if he's still going to challenge that outside edge, because he's been doing very well from over the wicket, but to go around the wicket, I'm just not sure what his plan really is here, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what this is all about. He's trying to maybe get into the batsman's head. He would maybe want to just go over the wicket, give it some air. He decides to go around the wicket. Let's see what happens here. He actually pulled the cover in to stop the single. So there are 4 fielders on the offside, saving 1. Make that 5 with a slip.
As a 3 on the leg side as well, Andrew. So he's going to try to get as many deliveries into Durant as possible.
Wow, that's a good delivery. Beat him, but dropping just in front of slip. Someone said, catch the man. Was there any better than that? Difficult to tell. Sargent reckons that there was some. But of course, bowlers believe they should get a wicket with every delivery. Hands akimbo, not happy at all. The slip didn't take it. I don't think it quite carried though.
I don't think it carried. But again, if he's going to bowl those lines with those type of deliveries, he might want to get a second slip in there.
I agree with that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You know the game. That's why we pay you big bucks. Outside edge found. Second slip would have gobbled that. They get 2. He reached for that, Durant, and was beaten in the flight. Well called there. Young Penny.
Not as young as before, but still reading the game and understanding some things about it. As you see, it seems now like Gittin is going to go in there now. But Andrew, you can tell from the angle he's going to carry out across the right-handed bat, and he was already getting the ball to drift away from him. So further drift, and I thought he would have induced an edge.
Yeah. Well, the horse is completely out the stable and has actually gone up to St. Philip with the speed of Waters Meat. You don't know about Waters Meat in those days. Kingsley Street, Cool Bird.
Definitely know Cool Bird and Stanford Prince.
Yeah, good block into the offside. But Stanford Prince won it 3 times, did he? Am I correct? 3 or 4 times consecutively. Anmar Goodrich Boyce would not have been born as yet, but he would have looked into the CBC archives and would have confirmed that I think he actually won it 3 straight times, I think. Stanford Prince, is that right?
Yeah, you think you know of Bill Marshall?
well, what an accent, Bill Marshall. That's, again, the fielder done it mid-off on his heels there. He should not have gone a single there. The ball was struck firmly, and yet he was able to get the run. I think Batson just wants to get to Durant away.
Yeah, Batson responded well to that call from Durant.
He decides to continue round the wicket. The slip has been pulled away. That second slip goes to short extra cover. The cover has been pushed back about 10 meters inside the boundary. Single. Good cricket indeed. Batson is pushing the ball to cover, taking the single, and importantly looking to pinch the strike here. Wouldn't want to expose, although Durant has been there for a while and has got 13, would want just to take most of the strike. He's the captain. 127 for 2 as we head towards lunch.
Yeah, Good batting there again. Good rotation to the strike there. As we saw that induced edge being formed there by by Shonico Sargent, but there was no second slip in place, and he managed to pick up 2 runs, and then he was able to turn the strike over to Batson, who was good enough as well to play with soft hands and pick up another single. So good batting by this pair, just picking off a few singles in that over. You can see the frustration of Shonico Sargent. He's getting very frustrated. Runs coming off his bowling in the last couple of overs. It wasn't any chances being given, but he's bowled some very good deliveries. Like I said, he induced the edge. There was no one there in position to take the catch, and the batsmen live on.
Yeah, I've seen Sealy bowl better, I must admit. Started well, seems bowling with some frustration. Again, the length is not right. Here's a chance for the batsman going forward. It was in the air for a bit, fielded down at that cover, came forward, but in the end, dropped in front of the fielder. So 128 for 2.
Ball chipped up to Lawan, really, and the Lawan was on the fence, so it just fell short of him. So Batson getting off strike again, and very much so. Good ploy, very probably going to the luncheon interval. You want to be away from the strike, really. Yeah,
beautiful delivery. That was the arm ball, slower, bringing the batsman forward, almost nipped it into the gloves of the keeper. But the 2 balls left now, Harold. So 2 balls left.
You can see he's really modeled his bowling off from near to the Lion, young Liam Sealy.
Yeah, you could tell, yeah. Lion, who was dropped for the last test match with the pink ball in Jamaica after 12 years. But of course they had a plan. There was no need to play the extra spin, and the West Indies played 2. Less said of that test match, the better, I can assure you. So, lunch beckons, 128 for 2.
Again, like you said, Sealy, just a bit of impatience being shown. You still want to continue to bowl your best deliveries. You just need to stay in your areas. Don't let the frustration get you. As you get deeper into your cricket, you know a partnership will form, batters will get set, but you need to continue bowling your best deliveries. Don't get that frustration.
Just talking about frustration, though, I mean, we were in St. Vincent recently, of course. Miss Bess and the team went down, Mr. Green's team, and we were there for that Emancipation Festival, and the legends spoke about it. Clive Lloyd was in tears talking about that. Derek Murray was so upset about it, called us king. And Khalid Sharan is not a talk. Even Greenwich, who doesn't talk, was quite upset by that. Single. Little push away in the onside to mid-wicket. In fact, Clive was saying he had nightmares, really. I mean, he just couldn't believe it. Being all up for 27. 3 wickets in the first over. Of course, he enjoyed St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so did the Green team as well.
Our resident scorer, Amelia Crick, she was very
much she was there. I think that's the first time she travelled, actually. 129 for 2. She almost had a heart attack when the plane was landing. It's interesting landing there at the airport, Argyle Airport. Yeah, begin to wonder. The place landing in the Caribbean is at Tamari in Guyana. Just go over this. I mean, this for quite a long time. Just feel as if you may just go into the forest.
Interest is Dominica as well.
Oh, don't talk about Dominica. And the drive from Melville Hall up to Roseau, you have to go through the mountains. Cane Field. Too short.
Said you must give it to Batson though. I thought he's played really well, even on that first delivery to get away from the strike going into the luncheon period.
This could be the last ball. I've got 149 on my watch. Is this going to be the last ball? Pushed her out to cover. Let's look at the umpire. Yes, Batson is happy to go off for lunch. The umpire will remove the bails. So at lunch on the first day of the Under 15 finals, of course sponsored by Student Revolving Loan Fund, thanks to them. In the sunshine of the region's Mecca, Harrison College won the toss, elected to bat, and led by their captain, who was brilliant, excellent, superb, in a performance worthy of commendation, leads the way on 83. He's found a good partner in Durant, who's got 13, and Harrison College will be happy at lunch, 129 for 2.
129 for 2, day one lunch period. They think that they're definitely in the ascendancy here. Harrison College, like you rightfully said, they lost that man Wood this morning. He was the first batter to go, caught by Kobe Gittins off top end for 5. And then there was a good partnership between Captain Batson and Hines. Hines before he got that long hop from Innes, and he went for 15. But a good foil was found as his partner of Durant for the man Javion Batson. He's batted some 96 deliveries so far, and he's batted for some 83 not out, 11 fours and 3 sixes, and he's batted fantastically, the captain, and he's very much looking forward for a century.
Yeah, it's been a good knock. There's no question about that from a Batson. I'm sure his father, Ulrich, will be quite proud of his son. And Janelle, the mother, I'm sure she's watching somewhere. Maybe she's here at the ground. But it really has been a very good performance by the Harrison College team. And the bowling of Lodge has been just thereabouts.
It's the top end who had a good start. He picked up that one early wicket, 1 for 10 from his 4. Scanterbury, a bit expensive, the pacer. As is Gittins, who's also bowled 3 overs, 15 runs. Liam Seeley, his first spell looked pretty good. His second spell, he hasn't been as good as he could have been. 10 overs, 1 made and 28 runs, no wickets. Shonico Sargent, very much economical. The man thought he could have got a few more attacking feeders around the bat there. You saw that one that went a beg into second slip. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. And then we had Innes, Kimani Innes, the leg spinner, who's also a product of St. Catherine, by the way. He's bowled some 5 overs and he's picked up that 1 wicket for 29 runs.
Yeah, Innes, of course, is a big name in St. Philip. Donovan Innes is a St. Philip man. I think Innes is related to him. So, and particularly from that Bayfield area as well. But when we look at it as we prepare to have an interview with Ian Bradshaw, the ambassador, Harrison College man as well, will be quite happy with his school's performance. And of course, only recently went to Trinidad, along with the greats Brian Lara and Clive Hubert Lloyd. Had a big session there. I wouldn't ask him about that quite appropriately here, maybe on Mason and Guest this evening, 129 for 2. But it's been a very, 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 very good session for Harrison College. Talk me through Andy Payne, the pitch. How has it played so far?
Pitch is true. Again, this morning you saw the new ball. He says top in, getting some good bumps and carry the keeper. A very late keeper indeed, Malachi Mason. He looked good. The ball was good carry as well. It's good for the batting. Good positive stroke play. You can see them hitting through the line. Batson's played some really, really nice drives. So it's a good pitch, really, for me. It hasn't been a lot of spinners yet, day one, as you would expect. Liam Seeley, he's one who's known to spin the ball into the off spinners. He's been bowling his first spell, like I said. Pretty nice gale in flight, but it's a very, very good pitch.
Yeah, indeed. 129 for the loss of 2. And when you look at Batson, 83, not out, 96 balls. Andy Payne strikes me like someone who really is at a different level. Of course, this is down to 15. Would have seen him play, but he's matured. He's, as we were saying, Bob, it's gone a little fuller now, a little bit more meat on the bones. Times the ball beautifully, and I think is one for the future.
One for the future indeed, and Andrew, again, you can see the exposure being invested to these young men by the Barbados Cricket Association. A player who's went on to play for the Barbados on the 15 side as recent as earlier this year, and you can see his presence being felt in the middle. You can see he's a bit more experienced. He looks a bit more above the other players, like you rightfully said, but the experience is really now coming to the fore, and he's got a bit more power in his shots. You can see that as well, and he's really produced a very good knot so far.
All right, so it's a situation where we recap. Harrison College, of course, doing pretty well in this competition. And when you look back at the very solid performances from them, led by their captain, certainly good work in making runs, 76, 63, 43, 60, 6 for 42, and of course 6 for 29. So in addition to his batting, his bowling has also been of great importance.
Yes, and I had a chat with his dad, like I said, Batson, a bit earlier this morning, and a bit earlier in the season. He said he's happy to see him bowling again. He bowled some leg spinners, if we recall, and it's good to see him bowling again and getting wickets. And it's good all round for his cricket, like you said, as he's getting into the middle and he starts to bat. He thinks like a bowler, he thinks like a batsman, so that's good all round in the making.
All right, well, thanks to you, Andy Payne. Go off and have your wonderful BCA lunch. Of course, it's on Tuesday. They don't serve pudding in sauce on Tuesday. They tend to do that on of course, on Saturday. But we're going to serve something quite nice, because Ian Bradshaw comes a-calling, the ambassador, of course, a Harrison College man. Nice to see you, Ian. Your smile is as broad as Crumpton Street. Before we even talk about your involvement, let's look at what has happened so far. Your side has done well, 129 for 2. Nice to see you, Mr. Bradshaw, looking as young as ever. How are you, my friend?
Good afternoon, Andrew, and good afternoon to all of your listeners. And I'll probably assume that you have some viewers as well, too.
Yeah. Lots of viewers. Of course, they're even watching in the White House. Donald Trump has decided not to impose any more tariffs. He decided to watch the under-15. Well, what have you seen of the tournament so far? Harrison College won the toss. They chose to bat. The young Batson, the 83, has been a good session for the Harrison College team.
Strong session, but Andrew, I have to put on a very neutral hat today.
Okay.
As you could appreciate, my role here isn't the one where I'm supporting any one team, but I'm supporting the tournament of itself. And it's such a wonderful thing to have these young cricketers participating and representing their schools, doing so with distinction. Obviously, Harrison College and Lodge, they've reached this far. Congrats to them. Good to see the support that is coming out here. And also the hype. I mean, I know that a lot of people have been asking questions, and that is what we want in our schools cricket too as well, to have that interest, so that these young cricketers are inspired. So I'm really happy, hoping that we're continuing to be blessed with good weather over these 3 days, and we can get the best final possible.
Yeah, talking about the hype, I think we must congratulate the Barbados Cricket Association, Stephen Leslie, who's here, ensuring that people are very much aware, of course, the media, making sure they play their part as well, because these youngsters need the support, and they've also got the support of their parents, and of course the involvement of the Student Revolving Loan Fund. So that support, Ian Bradshaw, is so vitally necessary from all quarters.
Excellent point, Andrew. I remember, and you will recall, 20 or 25 years ago, you had hundreds of people at the Wildy Ground. I'm happy that the BCA has taken such an aggressive approach to marketing and looked at it and make it relevant to today's circumstances. Because what we're seeing now is that you're still taking the cricket to the people. Instead of just looking for people to come to the cricket, things have changed, different responsibilities, and now you're utilizing all the facilities, the radio, which has been traditional and excellent, and also now you're adding to that the stream and so forth. And so people can now, either if they can now during the day, or even if they want to later on, go back and look at the stream. So we're trying to push to get the cricket out to as many people as possible, and not just see this as a local audience, because I know that there are persons far afield,
Right.
With some of these school alumni that are very keen.
Very keen.
What's happening.
Very keen. Yes, I'm sure that people all over the world, in India, Zimbabwe, from Harrison College, from Lodge, watching this cricket. The interesting thing, though, is that they've brought the finals to Kensington. Now, there's a view among some that perhaps you should take it into the villages, but I think the youngsters would want to come to the region's Mecca. It makes so much of a difference to play at Kensington Oval.
Well, funny you said that, Andrew, because having a conversation this morning with your fellow commentator, Andy Payne, and we remarked that in the past, when we were young, we had the privilege, because Pickwick was based here.
Right.
If you played against Pickwick, you had an opportunity to play at Kensington, play at the Mecca. Because we no longer have a club team here, it means that those opportunities are limited. So wherever possible, you could get these young cricketers being exposed to environments such as this. It allows them to develop, it allows them to aspire, and I think it's a wonderful initiative. Yes, we'll take the cricket to the communities. I'm big on that, but that can be done at the club level where the communities are based. But schools cricket, let us put it here as much as possible.
Yeah, in fact, Shawnee Sargent, who actually lives at the house that I was born at, I was speaking to him on Sunday when I went to visit my mum, and he said to me he was so excited to play at Kensington Oval, and it's a region's Mecca, there's no question about that. Now, what exactly is your role in Batson? I'm quite keen to hear. Ambassador, I'm told?
Big title.
Big title?
Big title, sounds big. And I'm approaching it with that humility too as well. One of the things that when I've been asked to come on board to support the tournament, I'm here to inspire where I can. Had the opportunity to, not as much as I would like, go out and see one or two of the games. And I'm working with the BCA, with the sponsors, and I'm very, very pleased that the Student Revolving Loan Scheme has come on board. I know some members of their team, and I'm pleased the enthusiasm which they've shown, and I'm hoping that as we partner, this is a product that other corporate entities in Barbados will understand there's opportunities to support local cricket. And I'm just happy to give up my expertise, to engage with the youngsters, and also engage with some of the principals and persons within the schools. I guess at my stage of life right now, I am more familiar now with some of the principals, and it's been good to engage with them to hear their view of where cricket is at and just some of the challenges. And when we do our post-mortem of the tournament, and I'm sure that we'll do it as quickly as possible, so the planning for the next tournament will start as early as possible. We're going to build on this partnership. First year of 3, we want to make sure that each year it gets better and better.
Yeah, what a compliment. Stephen Leslie, the manager of marketing and communications there. I know he was intimately involved in ensuring that we got that sponsorship, which is so vitally necessary. I'm not going to keep you too much longer because, of course, you want to go and have your sumptuous lunch at the Barbados Cricket Association. But just before you go, tell us, in your view, what recommendations would you have to improve cricket at the local level? The under-15s are very much playing here. Then you have the under-17s. Barbados, by the way, are doing very, very well. The under-19s are doing pretty well. And the Barbados senior team in the last 10 years, we've only won the championship on 2 occasions. But from your observations, if you had to meet with the top brass at the BCA, what would you say to them in terms of the improvement, generally?
Well, we must create cricket as being the focal point of our national identity. That is what we had in the past. That is what inspired cricketers, communities, and everything to hone the legacy of cricket and see it as an opportunity for them to build whatever talent that they had. There's no fluke that we look across the landscape of Barbados. So many cricketers have come out of communities. And my advice to the Barbados Cricket Association is let us take cricket as much as possible back on the communities and make it affordable for cricket to be played. let's not fool ourselves, Andrew.
Very important point.
It's a very expensive sport, and we must find some ways. Softball cricket, tape ball cricket, win bats, whatever we can do to get young boys and girls playing, because I think there's a lot of wonderful opportunities now. We have the best female cricketer maybe of all time right now still playing. We cannot miss the opportunity to ensure that she serves as an inspiration to all cricketers, both girls and boys. And I want to see us getting out there in the communities. I'm sure if we start there, then everything else will take shape.
Thank you, Ian Bradshaw. Always a pleasure. Ambassador, for coming and speaking to us here in this wonderful session just before we resume. The Harrison College team winning the toss and batting 129 for 2, led by the captain, Xavier Batson, who's 83 with visions of making 100. We're going to keep the ship going, sailing, the train going as well. We're going to stop at all. What we're going to do now is go back to the under-15 finals of last year. Milo Lodge playing against Combermere.
At the Rubis Sports Club on the mighty Granite Highway is Nichols Bakery Combermere up against Milo Lodge, the Combermere side being the defending champions. And the early news is that they've won the toss, and quite predictably they've decided to bowl first on the pitch, which should have a great deal of assistance. Chance for a catch taken, down at cover. Mr. Pearson Bowen and his good team. Chance for a catch, recognizing the importance of the promotion of the sport despite the fact that things are not going well for cricket in the Caribbean. Half shot for leg before maybe heading down the leg side. That's gone away. Bad delivery and put away for 4. Wow. What a way to go. Here now. Bowled him. Fantastic delivery. Bang on target. More trouble for Milo Lodge. The length, right on the off stump. See what I tell you? Bowled him. Right on target. Bang. Oh, he's going to be safe here. Oh, he said wicket.
From Hines, as we see here. Unfortunate. The bat coming right away wrong.
Oh, he's bowled all over the place. And Hines continues to do such a wonderful job.
So he did the job that he was asked to do. As we see here, one bang on target, middle stump, rock back, doing the job as the strike bowler that his captain brought him back to do. And really a fine spell of fast bowling from Hines.
Rounders here is roll in and first to be short and banged away. That's the first 6 of the game. A short ball, and that was hit with contempt. And after that short ball, I wouldn't have a man behind there because that short ball was hit further. As this delivery is in short and hit in the air, the field is under it and the catch is dropped. Here is Toppin on the way to bowl to Fort, and Fort, like he's done all day, goes on the back foot and the ball goes through the keeper, goes past the bat and down to the fine leg boundary, and
he's been given. Caught behind. That's been put away. A bad delivery. And despite the fact that Fort is a very defensive.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Lovely high action. Lots of air. Oh, yeah. Beautifully bowled.
I know you're watching this competitive game between these two sides. Chance for a catch. The catch is taken. And wicket number 7 goes down with Nichols Baker Combermere still a run shy of taking the lead.
Seems to be impressed by his action and his guile.
Chance for a catch. Catch taken.
We would love to see the end of this innings before they go in for a break.
He's bowled him. And Seeley gets his 6th wicket. This has been a wonderful spell in the air. Chance for a catch. Is the catch taken?
Catches.
It is. So, Sargent finishing with 4, and this has been a very good comeback by Milo Lodge, because at the start of day 2, they were way behind when you look at the scoreboard, just 97, and Nichols Bacon Combermere starting the day on 76 without loss, all up for 113. A good response by Milo Lodge.
Slip in a gully in position, backward point. Fine leg also in position. This little bit. Bowled him! He's gone right through him. Very, very tentative. I'll tell you what. Making sure that the garrison is very well represented. They now utilize the facilities. P for leg before and given. Leg before wicket. So the ball goes for a second failure in this game. 4th. Steams into bowl. And the edge is taken. It might have fallen just in front of the second slip.
Chance for catch. Catch taken.
So here is Jahidi Hines, and this little stroke, and is caught at the cover position. Sean Sargent and bowls the delivery, just pitched up, and he's bowled it beautifully bowled. A delivery pitched up, and it seemed to have come in with the angle. 7 deliveries for his 12th delivery. Paris is into him, and he is forward. There's a P for leg before and given out. Given out, and
Here's Fort to continue. Bowled him. Full and on the off stump. Bowled him. Wow. Wow. So that's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Paris. He gets his 5th wicket.
They got to try to make inroads, and these are the 2 wicket takers from the first innings, and I'm sure they'll think that they got the ability to do it again.
So, let me remind you that there's 78 runs for victory, or Combermere can just play for a draw because they've got first innings. There are 43 overs available, and the 2 batsmen coming up to the middle, Hines and Fort, that gave them a good start in the first innings, an opening stand of 76.
Yeah.
Big appeal for a catch on the wicket, gone, caught behind. That's gone to the offside. That's gone for 4.
here is Sonico Sargent from the northern end. And this delivery on the leg stump and whipped away down behind square. Beautiful shot for 4. 1 for 17. He's in. A delivery tossed up, a full toss. Hit high in the air. It is safe. The fielder from long on runs back, and he will only run back to retrieve it. With his final delivery between the umpire and the stump to bowl to Paris. Paris gets short delivery and steers it through the offside. And will pick up his 22nd run from his 22nd delivery. Over number 12 is done and dusted. And the retossed up, stroke pierces the backward point in the cover. Will get 1, an easy single run. And here is a drive through the fella, the fielder at the cover region, turns and runs behind it, turn and come back for 1. Is a Bell on the way to bowl to Hines, and Hines stretches forward and goes for the winning run into the offside. And Nichols, Bacon, Combermere have won the Barbados Cricket Association's Under 15 cricket title 2024 with a comprehensive 9 wickets victory over rivals Milo Lodge, finishing on 78 for 1 of 19.5 overs. Jahidi Hines 24 not out from 52 deliveries, and Justin Paris not out 49 from 51 deliveries.
We started back in October with 19 teams vying for this under 19 title. Today we're down to the last 2. Edge found, and this time it produces the wicket. Bellamy gets the first strike. Wicket down for Combermere. Driven nicely. Could be 2. Oh no, an injury. And it results in a boundary as well. Not good news there for Queen's College.
Even bounce, it seems like nothing
This one is driven brilliantly. Run away in to the boundary with it.
Yes, it does.
8 for 4.
Yeah, umpire Sheena Welch is the umpire, standing umpire. Chance for a catch and brilliantly taken at the deep mid-wicket position. Suspect is a long off as well. Here's an almighty hit, high, hard, and straight into the Greenwich, and here stands as the international players on the back foot and caught. The wicket of RJ Gittins. He takes a short delivery and pulls it to the fielder at a straightish mid wicket inside the 30-yard circle.
Gets back and pulls this one out towards that square leg boundary. Hits the ropes now. So that's the first boundary from Akombi. Goes towards that area again. Back-to-back boundaries form a productive end to over number 33. 133 for 4. Well, gets a badly lined one there. And he punches it. So, we're looking at momentum. We're looking to take advantage of deliveries. That was a bad one. Starts the over. Brilliant. Oh, a shot of class from the young man that has spent time at the crease. This is why Combermere love him. Can he keep it going?
Let's see what he would bowl now.
He drags it down slightly. That's going to be a boundary. That's momentum there. Gets a gift, and a gift accepted to close out the innings. What a way to end things for Combermere. A maximum to take them up to 184 for 5. Well, the catch is put down, but it doesn't matter, given that it was a free hit there. Driven beautifully. Great balance and great execution as well. And it finds its way into the boundary. Lovell gets off the mark. Gets through that offside field again. Could be back-to-back boundaries for him. If this is the intent that I've been talking about, this is Lovell. Wow. Hit away with disdain. Well, they would have needed a third or fourth slip for that one instead. It's into the boundary. He's not going to miss out on that. He's been informed from the time he came to the crease. And has been flowing boundaries off the bat of Lovell. And third man that was moved just now comes into play, but can't do the job.
And there is wicket number 2 as Hackett at 19 drags on to Davis, and he gets his first wicket. 1 for 19 in the process of his 4th over for her, and a lot of them have come under her 2-play delivery, which is played to the slip region, and the end of Armstrong on the turned him right around. That went to amaze Queen's College, and they did not get a name to add on to that. I'm sure that the further names have gone. A beautiful shot hit through mid-wicket, lovely shot through long on. A big 6, short ball delivered by Galway, asking to be hit. Did be hit over long on. It's on the line of leg step and worked away. Fine leg has a long run across and cannot get cross. He's a little too square, the square leg or Raphael Lovell. Well played by the young man. Brilliant in his 50. And his 50 came off some 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 fours and 1 650. Off 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 delightful fours and 1 6. The 54 Raphael Lovell as Queen's College amazingly moved to 92 for 3. Beautiful shot over mid-on, which is up, mid-off, sorry. And excellent shot by Lovell.
Hit hard, hit straight.
Any other batter in, take it straight home.
Long on had visions of taking that catch, and
The ball examines into the sight screen, so
Gets it wrong there. Young Parison pays the ultimate price. They edge ever closer to what will be the first time that Queen's College hold that title in their hand single-handedly and outright. It's now one hit away now. And he's gone. So he will not take his team over the line. But what a day and what an innings it has been for Raphael Lovell. In 95 of the finest runs he might probably score in his schoolboy career. Deserving of the handshakes and congratulations that he's gotten, because he's pretty much taken Queen's College to the front door.
Now the shatters lengthen here. You see the sweep range out. A lovely shot that by Captain Zandra Baptiste, just sweeping that one past the fine leg area, square leg area for 4.
The moment that they have dreamed of, a moment of history. For the first time, Amaze Queen's College are champions outright of the under-19 cricket in Barbados. They have earned this moment. They have delivered a performance like no other on the biggest of stages. Today, you can say they have carried the light.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for a wonderful game we've had at Kensington Oval. It's good to have the under-19 finals back at the home of cricket in Barbados. This afternoon, we were treated to a very splendid performance from Combermere and Queen's College. Queen's College has come out as the victors.
I now invite Zandra Baptiste of Queen's College to collect the winning trophy for this year. And for the first time in their history, Amaze Queen's College champions outright of the BCA Barbados Public Workers Co-opted Credit Union Limited under-19 tournament.
All right, so we're just about ready for the second session and the first day of the under 15 finals. Harrison College up against Milo Lodge, 129 for 2. Very good effort on the part of the Harrison College team. And Andy Payne joins me. She's going to be joined pretty soon by young Almar. The players are just about coming onto the field. What a session it was for the Harrison College side, led by their captain. Good afternoon to you. Had a good lunch.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good lunch indeed. Very good session for the Harrison College side, like you rightfully said, led by their captain, Javion Batson, not out on 83. Won in the toss this morning, and said from the start he wanted to bat first, and he's really put together really, really good innings for the young man.
So we've had the first session done and dusted. What do you think we're going to be looking for now in this the second session? First of all, let's start with Milo Lodge. What would they be looking for?
Obviously, they have done the assessments. They would have had their coaching staff and their think tanks all combining and see what would done first in that first session. Like we said, I don't think they string together enough deliveries. They didn't really bowl with a plan, so to speak, as to how they want to dismiss the opposition batsmen. So obviously you saw that second spell being bowled there by Liam Seeley, tried to bowl it a bit too quickly and pushing it a bit on the shorter side. So I'm sure they'll be asking him to give a bit more air, bowl a bit more slow, and ask Shonico Sargent to continue the good vein he's been going on. Also, they had a couple, speaking to the youngsters, a couple of half chances close behind the stump. So young Malachi Mason, he's been asked to pull himself together.
All right, so we're just about ready for the resumption. Liam Seeley, the captain, will see what he can do in terms of getting wickets. And to start to, of course, is going to be the big combination of Anne Murray. And of course, he's got his first officer in the cricket crime alongside him, Andy Payne.
Yeah, Harson College resuming 129 for 2. Post-lunch session of this, the final of the Student Revolving Loan Fund BCA Under 15 cricket competition. Yours truly, Anmar Goodrich Boyce, alongside Andy Payne.
How was your lunch, Anmar?
Lovely. Had a good old Bajan lunch. Some rice, some lovely baked chicken, fried fish.
So what? You sat with Harold?
Yeah, he was there, but he wasn't at my dining table.
Amelia Crick and I certainly didn't have that.
Unfortunate.
But yeah, Liam Seeley, I was speaking to him at that luncheon interval, and he had a good chat with his coach. You know, they was asking him if he can bowl it a bit more slower than you saw in his second spell. And I pretty much think that would be the ploy for him, to continue into the slow vein and try to ask batters to get on the front foot.
Yeah, a bit of an edge there. And it will run away for the first boundary after lunch.
There you saw him asking young Durant to get on the front foot and taking the outside edge and going past that man that first slip and all the way into the boundary for the first boundary after lunch. But better ball in there by Liam Seeley. Like he said, he was a bit too quick in his second spell. You can see him a bit slower, a bit outside the awesome, asking Durant to come on the front foot and beating Giddens there at slip and running all the way down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's much better. Hasn't been bad, Seeley. He's bowled 10 overs, 33 runs conceded, but that's the end of the over. Harson College 134 for 2. Yeah, Franklin Durant on 17 of 49 deliveries. And the captain, Javion Batson. He has played a very good innings so far, and he'll be hoping to reach that milestone. He's already gone past his highest score of the tournament for this year. 76 versus Courage and Parry. And he knows how important he is to this team and what it really would mean for him to push on and get to that landmark 3 figures. Nevertheless, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Still lots of cricket to play, and has been patient though. Sargent.
A good start on resumption there by Shonico Sargent. But you know, coming off the break, you need to reset. Batson, I'm sure he would have understood that, and he really wants to settle on and carry on for a big knot. So coming off an interval, generally, you know, you just need to get yourself back into the right mindset, make sure your feet are going, make sure you're not, you know, his concentration restarts. So that's where he's at right now, young Javion Batson.
It was in the air for a bit, but only as far as the man at Lawanf. get this sense that Lodge and Sargent, just for a bit, thought about the chance for the catch.
Yeah, well, you got to give it to Batson because he's got his man stationed on the long on boundary. He just chipped that one where mid-on would have been. So easy single in the making at the end.
And you mentioned singles, that's another good one from Franklin.
A good feeling by the man out there in that cover area. He's just got 3 men in that ring, and you see him getting some applause coming from the bowler. I can tell you, Anmar, some 25 overs being bowled between Sargent and Seeley, wicketless. I'm sure that's something that would not have happened in the duration of this tournament so far.
Yeah, a bit of unfamiliar territory as the over comes to an end. Harrison College 136 for 2 as I was making the point. And I also went down just before the luncheon interval and I had a chat with some of the spectators in the stands and some of the fans supporting Milo Lodge. Interesting conversation, and you know, cricket really is that game of glorious uncertainties, and it just needs 1 wicket. Get that sense, Andy, that Lodge believe that if they can get 1, that they're back into this contest. And I haven't seen much times throughout this tournament that any team has scored in excess of 100 runs versus this team. So pressure, yes, and then being in a situation that you're not accustomed to, and that is down. That was a chance. That was the chance. Just spoke about it, Andy, and missed the opportunity for the cotton ball.
Like you said, coming off an interval, you always fancy yourself of getting that half chance or that chance, and it was there for Liam Seeley to take a return catch, and he wasn't able to hold on to that one, so Durant got another life.
There it is. Just chipped it in the air, Durant. And the look on Mason's face tells the story. In the air, and it lands safely, but it wouldn't get to the boundary. Yeah, a bit of look of disappointment on Franklin's face because he felt he should have made the best of that opportunity.
Yes, I just saw Seeley pulling that one down and pulling it in the air, but he was good enough to get it in no man's land. The man from Square Leg had a long way to run back, wasn't able to hold on to it, and it's gone pretty much in no man's land.
There was a chance for the catch, but it goes all the way for 6, and the emotion on the fielder tells it. It's the 50 partnership, and with that, Batson has moved into the 90s.
50 coming up off of 98 deliveries, some 55 minutes. 3 4s and 3 6s. Javier Batson, like you said, going into the 90s. While Liam Seeley straying on the leg side. That man, that Square Leg, if he had probably stayed on the fence, he probably would have, on the ropes really, he would have probably had a better chance of holding on to that one. But over his head it went, and all the way for yet another 6. So Batson in the 90s.
Watchful. And it's going to be interesting now to see the approach. No, he's just 9 runs away. End of the over, 143 for 2.
Yes, again, so 27 wicket-less overs between Captain Liam Seeley and his off-spinning partner in Shonico Sargent. This pair, remember, they've had some 70 wickets between them leading up to this final. and to find the score 143 for 2, and neither of them have picked up a scalp as yet. That's where you can see the pressure is really beginning to mount on the Milo Lodge team.
They're marching towards what would be such a commanding total here.
We said they are losing finalists from last year in this same competition, so they will want to lift the trophy this year, but they find themselves under a bit of pressure. Just got to see that they've got the steel to come back into it. The previous over, Cotton Bowl chance going down to Liam Seeley. Like I said, he's also got some 9 catches in the tournament, so pretty much everything going against him. 70 wickets between the pair, nothing today, and 9 catches in the tournament, and that Cotton Bowl going to begging.
Yeah, that's what a final can do to you. Told he's wasn't feeling 100%. Nevertheless, he pushes on. Yeah, good single from Durant. And what I like about Durant and what he has been able to do is rotate the strike.
Be interested to see how someone like Batson getting into the 90s, how he would want to go about trying to get up to this century. He's won centuries and nothing foreign to him. He's got a history of scoring big runs, so it'd be interesting to see how he goes about it in this final. The pressure on, quite a few spectators in the stand. The expectation on him to do very well for his team in the final in his school.
And so far, he's handled it well. As the over comes to an end, 145 for 2.
Another good over there, sent down by Shawnee Sargent. Again, asking questions. Yeah, again, another delivery to close out the over, coming off the outside edge of Durant. But again, they've gone back to just a 1 slip. Remember, just prior to the interval, a delivery that probably would have been held at second slip if there was such in place. And Shawnee Sargent continued to bowl from around the wicket to the right-handed Durant. But it's just 1 slip in place, albeit that one found its way along the ground, but nevertheless taking the outside edge. So I think they might want to reconsider having someone else in that catching position when Shawnee Seeley's on.
Yeah, and interesting now in terms of the field setting. Chance for the catch, and it's taken. Seeley strikes, and it's the massive wicket of Javion Batson. And look what it means to the Milo Lodge. Batson cuts a dejected figure. A brilliant catch in the deep. And it means that Batson has to depart. He's fallen 8 runs short of what would have been a magnificent century. It's been an innings well played. Patience and precision. But it comes to an end. He's gone for 92. And that is the moment he was dismissed. And what a catch it was. Harson College 145 for 2.
Made that 145 for 3, Anmar. Very good catch in the deep there. Like you said, we were asking Seeley to bowl a bit slower, and slower he did. And that time, Batson choosing to go onto the back foot and try to hit that one over the deep mid-wicket rope. He wasn't in a good enough position, and I don't think the ball came up in the middle. You can see it hitting a bit high up in the bat. And he was able to get it all across the fence. A good catch by that man. Looks like Canterbury coming in from deep mid-wicket and holding on towards a very good catch. 8 runs shy of what would have been a good century though, but the Lodge captain Liam Seeley coming after the interval and picking up that wicket. Like I said, wickets do fall after intervals.
And it's just what Lodge would have wanted. Not only a wicket, but a wicket of Batson, who looks set to go on to make 3 figures here. It means that Jershon Joseph is at the crease. Best score 53 versus Graydon Seeley.
Yeah, well, good enough to have scored a half century in the tournament, so he's now come to join Franklin Durant. Quite a lot we expect to appear, but Liam Seeley, the captain of the Milo Lodge, he said, asking to come back after the interval, try to slow the ball a bit. He saw Batson go into the back foot on that occasion, didn't get all the bat on it, hitting high up on the splice, and all he was good enough is to hold out to that man at deep wicket. So the Lodge school, they'll be fighting back. You can see the coach in Clifton Phillips over there on the western side, really urging his boys on. Like you saw, we had a chat with him after at the interval, and now he was saying to Captain Seeley, you know how this cricket is played, 1 wicket, and you're very much into the game.
End of the over. 147 for 3. And I had a similar conversation with some of the spectators as well. And I mentioned earlier, if you can get 1 wicket, 1 can turn into 2, 2 can turn into 3, and on and on and on from there. Sergeant to continue.
So before Seeley's over, we were saying 27 overs being bowled by between Seeley and Shonico Sargent with Falco wicket, and Seeley came out trumps in that over, picking up that prize wicket of Javion Batson. So we'll be interested to see if now Sargent will join him in trying to pick up a wicket.
And the game plan and the strategy has to be Joseph. Franklin has been settled now, having faced 62 deliveries. Joseph being the new batter, you want to unsettle him.
Yes, you want to put him under some pressure from the beginning and go on the attack against him. Don't let him settle. But like you said, he was good enough to score a half century in the tournament, so he must be have some promise with the bat. And it seems now like Sargent, he's going to go around the wicket again to the new batsman in Joseph.
Good running. You mentioned having a chat with Mr. Phillips from Lodge. Happened to have a chat with Rowe from Harrison College as well. As the over comes to end, 149 for 3. What was the conversation like in terms of the mind of Rowe at this stage? Perhaps did he share with you in terms of a target? What would be a good score to go about trying to get a first innings lead?
I'll be interested to see how the likes of someone like Joseph and the others to come, what kind of rate they score at. Because obviously, you know, Javion Batson, he would have done the bulk of the scoring for them throughout the duration of the tournament. You can see that he goes at a pretty quick, brisk rate as well. He scored at 92 of 109 balls.
Down to the third man region. They come back for 2. As you were making a point.
Yeah, so he scores pretty quickly. So it'd be interesting to see if the scoring was slowed down a bit here now, with the back of Batson into the pavilion now. But like you said, for what would be a target, be interested because I'm not sure how quickly these guys can score one. I mean, they don't have to score quickly, but I think they will not probably get as much boundaries. So the scoring will be a bit slower, so the score will drop tremendously.
Don't imagine though it would be a worry for Harrison College given the fact that they've already got 151 runs on the board. 151 runs in under 15 cricket. It's a good total, especially in that opening inning. So Harrison College will feel good. If you look at the field set, Andy, and you would understand why he's bowling towards that leg side area.
Yeah, I think is a little bit more defensive than what he would want to do, though. I think we want to probably get the ball in front of the batters, asking them to come on the front foot. You saw him had a cotton ball chance, bearing the man on the front foot. You also had an edge that went past the man at first slip. But bowling into the stumps a bit, that seems a bit defensive. I think he's better served bowling up on the off stump and asking him to come on the front foot.
Over comes the end. 152 for 3. Franklin Durant continues on 22 and Joseph on 4. That's right. We have seen slower in terms of the runs being scored since Batson's dismissal. Nevertheless, Lodge will continue to try to pick up all important wickets. This is Sargent.
When I said slow, and I meant in terms of boundaries as well, because obviously you see how easily Batson was in getting the ball over the rope. If you look at the batting card, you can see also just some other 3-4s being struck by the others there. One coming from Hines and 2 from Durant, who's very much on strike.
That's gone. Joseph has to depart. And Sargent strikes. Good catch at slit by Seeley. And it means that Joseph is gone. Have a look at it again. Celebration for Lodge. Joseph is walking back towards the pavilion. He goes for 4. It's 152 for 4.
A good wicket there for that man, Shanika Sargent. He's really toiled hard all morning and into the afternoon period. But you know, we always thought that he would get his wickets, getting the man cut at slip. He said a very comfortable catch for Seeley as well. He took that one with ease. He's now taken some 10 catches. But you can see Sargent again continue to get the ball to move away from the right-handed batters. He's going around the wicket and even taking it further away from them. Like I said, I still think he should be inclined to get a second man in that slip. Corden, but a lovely catch there by Seeley. Full drive from Joseph, and all he could do is to come to the edge, going all the way down to Seeley at slip.
John David Green, the new batsman, comes to the crease with his Harrison College team 152 for 4. We have now seen 2 quick wickets from Milo Lodge. Just as I was making the point about how 1 or 2 wickets could change the game.
Like I said, coming off the interval, the expectation is that they would get some wickets to get your concentration back going. The fielding team come back out full cock a hoop, thinking that if they can get 1, they can get 2, and that's proven. The wicket takers, albeit being both the spinners, Seeley and Shanika Sargent, like you said, in tandem together, they're bowling very well and tight, and they've known to get some wickets. They had 70 wickets going into this game as a pair. 27 overs went between them without them getting a wicket, and now they're both on the cards.
Over comes to an end, 152 for 4. You're watching live coverage of the Student Revolving Loan Fund, Barbados Cricket Association Schools Under 15 competition in beautiful Bridgetown, Barbados, at the iconic Kensington Oval. So great to see these young players learning the game at this level. You could call it the introduction to Test cricket. This is where it all begins. It's through the man. Wouldn't get the single there. Franklin opting to stay.
Get backing up there by the man coming around from mid-off. But yeah, Seeley's continue to bowl from around the wicket here to Franklin, who's in defensive. Think I will want to see him go back over the wicket here and try to get the ball up in the air, try to get them in on the front foot.
Has to hurry here, Franklin. I think the direct hit, he might have been in a bit of trouble. Where was he going? Franklin Durant. That was never a single, Andy.
Never a single at all. Just the pressure continues to mount here. Like I said, I think they avoid the boundaries for a while here. It was Seeley just to get him on the front foot. That one's a bit wide. No need to play a shot to that one. But yeah, so with the absence of boundaries, like I said, the scoring rate will continue to drop. And then the score will probably become a bit more manageable. And that's exactly what the Milo Lodge team would like.
Over comes to an end. Harrison College 152 for 4. Maiden over from Liam Seeley.
So now you've seen 2 maidens in succession. One bait from Sargent before he bowled a wicket maiden his previous over. And now the new batter in John David Green. He'll be facing up again to Sargent. Come on, Almar, you must be getting the second slip in here. Well, we're all learning here for the youngsters. But you got to think about how you want to get your wickets. Your modes of dismissals needs to come into the fore. So I'm sure as they go along, they'll be learning this game and understanding how you want to get your dismissals.
Yeah, they just heard someone in the stands say, put it on the off stump. Tend to agree?
Yeah, I agree. That one was well bowled as well. I think you want to get him to play across the line of delivery and continue to shape away from the right-hander. So you just might want to attack the stumps as he is right now, and hoping that his man can try to play it to leg and get a bit of a leading edge.
Yeah, and again, it's another maiden over. 152 for 4. So that's 3 on the trot.
Yes, and Shanika Sargent continues to be economical. He's now sent down some 19 overs and conceded 21 runs, picking up that one wicket of that man caught at slit. You saw Joshua Joseph being caught by Sealy at slit off of Sargent for 4. But a good bowling spell here between the pair. Like I said, bowlers can do it in partnerships as well. So here it is, 2 wickets between that pair.
That will race away for 4. Welcome runs for Harrison College. Has been a well boundary.
Good shot that by Franklin Durant. A ball pulled down on the leg side by Liam Sealy. Durant getting into good position and helping it around the square, going all the way outside the leg stump and getting into a really good position and helping that one down to backward square and across the ropes. Well, yeah, his third 4, Franklin Durant. He's doing very well. He's moved his score up to 26. So he's into a good knot as well. Better delivery, a bit more air given, slower. But you see, the slower he bowls, the more he's asking of the batters on mark.
Yeah, Franklin has been very smart in the approach where that is concerned. Well left. Again, a good ball. Has been a very good recovery from Sealy after being hit for 4 off the first ball of the over.
Tell you what, Amor, and I'm happy with Franklin Durant. I'm impressed. Young man, batting under the shoes of someone like Javion Batson, coming in there, applying himself and forging a partnership with his captain. His captain is now gone and he's still looking to be very much there. Got away with a bad delivery like he rightfully should. But he's looked very solid in defense. He's not one who seems to be able to try anything out of the ordinary. So I'm very, very impressed with someone like Durant, what he's doing.
Look at the partnerships. 55, 58. That over ended, just 4 off of it. Sargent again. Yeah, and what he's done well, Franklin, is occupying the crease. Being patient, respecting the good balls, and then putting away the bad deliveries.
And that's the hallmark of batsmanship. You just want to be patient, apply yourself, get yourself in, and when it's given something to you, you take charge of that. So he's batted very resolute. I like the way how the young man set up himself for this innings. I think he's played ideally to what his coach and his team would want him to do.
It's a good shot. And it will get all the way for 4. So Franklin Durant continues to score runs here. That was good.
Yeah, for me, I like the looks of Franklin Durant. Like I said, he's bided his time, he's batted patiently. It's just weird as he's given something. Again, that one Sergeant a bit straighter this time, and he got into a very good position on the leg stump and hit it over the head of that man at mid-wicket and all the way down to the fence for yet another 4. So good batting by Durant.
That will be 4 as well. Or will it? Stops just short. But again, runs for Harrison College. We'll wait and see. Was it? It's just a bit of an edge. It's leg buys. No? Runs. Did come off the edge of the bat. So 2 added to the score for Franklin.
So even with the edge being found there, what was different between Franklin and someone like Joseph, he didn't push at it. It just hit the edge, so it died on its way down to that man that slid.
That's the end of the over. 7 off of it. 163 for 4.
Good batting there again by Durant, like we said. I like the way how he's set up for this innings. He's really applied himself. His patience been good. He hasn't played anything rash or loose so far. Like you said, putting Shanika Sargent under pressure in that over. 7 runs coming in that over of Shanika Sargent. Like you said, he's been economical all innings. He's bowled some 20 overs, only conceding 28 runs and picking up that 1 wicket. So 7 runs being scored in that over. I mean, Durant put him under a bit of pressure.
More spinning in Seeley.
Yeah, Johnny.
And Green just 1 off just 13 deliveries. Taking his time to get settled.
Wayward delivery there by Seeley, just pulling that one down again and down the leg side. Remember, he's bowling now around the wicket to the right-handed batsman and just pulling that one down the leg side. I think he got lucky enough, because any bat on that is surely some runs.
Would have been a boundary perhaps. Slightest of blade on it, as you mentioned. This is a chance, and it's down. That was an opportunity for Milo Lodge. It's another drop catch.
Yeah, a better piece of bowling that time. Floating it up a bit, slowing it up, giving it some air. And that man coming on the front foot, the new batter in John David Green, and just being able to hit it up to that man at extra cover. It was within catching height and easy range, but he failed to hold on to that one. But again, no catch is easy. You see him just bring his man onto the front foot, asking him to drive, and drive it uppishly. And the man at extra cover not being able to hold on to that.
Another maiden over. 163 for 4. Harrison College, after winning the toss a bit earlier this morning, opting to bat first in this, the 2025 Student Revolving Loan Fund Barbados Cricket Association's Schools Under 15 competition. Yeah, another look at that drop catch there.
The young man, he'd be disappointed not to hold on to that. Tell you what, it came full into his midriff, and he wasn't able to hold on. So, Chance goes down to John David Green, but it brings the man in Durant back on strike. One who's done very well, like I said, 32 runs. He's batted some 82 deliveries and struck 4 fours, but a good, well-paced innings for Durant.
Has really stepped up when the team needed a batsman to be there with the captain, who fell for 92. Has really played that good supporting role. And he just continues to bat with patience and sense. And what I like about this approach, he's protected his wicket very well, Franklin Durant. And that is something very good to see, especially at this level. This is the level where you are allowed to make mistakes as you're learning the game. And even with that, being able to rotate the strike, allowing Green to face some deliveries as well. Good batting from Durant.
Yeah, he's really composed himself well. It's a well put together inning so far. But I'm sure he has his sights set on getting it to a half century. But how he's done it, he's batted a lot of balls. He's hardly been rash. Hasn't played any fault shot so far, in my view. And he's looked really well.
No slip in place again. They'll get a couple runs, Harson College. That brings the over to an end. Just 2 off of it. 165 for 4, Harson College.
Good batting between this pair, albeit another ball coming off the outside edge, and no second slip in place there for the Milo Lodge team. And John David Green, lucky enough to get away with that. It's gone wide of the man at first slip. Where a second slip would have been, he would have held on to that probably without any troubles whatsoever. But again, no one in that position as Shonico Sargent continues to be good, just getting the ball to arm away from the to the right-handed bat and carrying all the way with the arm, but no second slip feeder.
We've seen 52 overs so far bowled for the day. Lots of spin, but I'm thinking perhaps we can get the Pacers more involved. Just Abby Hines and Zion Toppin perhaps, maybe. Just to bring something a bit different for this Harson College team. Chance for the catch. And they don't see the bowler seated there following through.
Well, the spinners will continue to ask some questions. Like I said, it's more of how they walk to get the dismissals. Like you said, bring the man on the front foot there again, and the ball just spooning into the air. And then you saw the couple of half chances in the previous over being dropped at extra cover, Green, and also a ball coming off the edge from Green as well, past that man at first slip. So chances are there, half chances, so to speak, but you just need to hold on to them.
Again, you see Green chipping it into the air. And this is good to see. Durant is going to have a chat with him. Just the second time now that he's played the ball into the end. There you can see Durant is gesturing to him.
just giving some tips as how you think you should play the off spinner. I remember Liam Seeley, he's bowling from around the wicket and the ball into Green. And Green doesn't seem very quick to play those deliveries that are into his body, albeit as a spinner. You see young Durant coming down there and offering some advice as to how he think he'd be well suited to play that type of bowling.
And the over comes to an end. It's 165 for 4. And we'll have a commentary change.
So thanks to young Anmar Goodrich Boyce. .165 for 4. Durant is still there. 33 from 85. And Green is stay with him. Suppose after the departure of Batson. And no doubt they would have been looking, I think, Milo Lodge to have press on the accelerator. They've got the second slip in now. What's of interest to me is that they continue the off spinners to bowl round the wicket. Now the traditional off spinner will bowl over the wicket, but these two, the captain, Seeley and Sargent, they've decided to go round the wicket. I'll certainly invite your thoughts as far as what do you think is the reason for that.
Well, I can see someone like Sargent bowling around the wicket. Like I say, he continues to get a lot of drift away from the right-hander. He's got the arm ball really going. It's happy to see him having a second slip now. In the previous over, you saw Green edging one and there was no second slip in place. But with the way he's bowling across to right-hander and getting the ball to move away from the off spinner, he's got good control. So I'm happy to see him do that. As for Seeley, on the other hand, I would prefer to see him come traditionally over the wicket and try to get the ball to spin into the off spinner because he's a much bigger spinner.
Durant has batted with a bat as broad as Bridgetown. Not wanting to leave your rice in peace to watch, but he's a very effective batsman, Durant. There he goes again from the bottom of the bat, valuing his wicket. That's important, and he's done a good job, really. Lovely flight there from Sargent.
As I was saying to Anmar a bit earlier, I'm very happy with the way how Durant is batted. The over has come to an end, 165 for 4. But he's really applied himself. Someone like Durant, he was batting there with his captain Batson, who was doing the bulk of the scoring. But he hasn't given the chances yet, Durant. But he's batted with a lot of patience, Andrew, a lot of application. And you can see how he continues. He hasn't played any false shot. He's just waiting until he's given something to score on.
Yeah, and an important partnership too. It's not a lot, 13, but it's about the occupation of the crease. Because after Batson departed for 92, you know, you would have thought, and then Joseph went quickly for 4, that Milo Lodge would have been able to slice through the lower order. That the middle order, of course, that hasn't happened. These two have done well. Green, 2 from 26 balls. Durant, 33. He's got from 91. So they've done a good job. Seeley to continue round the wicket with a slip in place. I'd love to see him go over the wicket, though. I know that traditionally the off spinner goes over the wicket, and you know, here's a big hit over the top. Doesn't time it well, but there's no mid wicket forward square deepish, so he gets away with that. But of course, I mean, the modern day off spinner tends to bowl round the wicket. Of course, in the days of Lance Gibbs, he would bowl over the wicket with the forward short leg and the square leg, as opposed to the modern day captain that has the backward square. Yeah, that's true. And that's a very good point Harold Eastman is making, the old-time off spinner. Here at Kensington wouldn't bowl from the southern, he would always bowl from the northern end. I know that Harold Eastman screams at Spartan when the Barbados off spinner bowls from the wrong end. Shem Holder Don't be at Queen's Park when Harold is there and Shem hold the balls from the wrong end. But it's interesting, Andy Payne, that the modern day spinner tends, particularly the off spinner balls round the wicket, a lot more than in the past when, of course, Lance Gibbs and the great spinners would bowl over the wicket.
So it comes out to the mode of dismissal, really. They've been asking a lot more questions for the leg before decisions coming from around the wicket. They want the ball to straighten back into the off spinner. But you see, traditionally you will want the off spinner to get the ball through the gate, opening them up and getting them to drive. But you're seeing here, traditionally what you're seeing nowadays is that the off spinner bowling from around the wicket and trying to get the leg before decision to come into play.
Yep.
And tend to bowl it actually a little bit quicker when they're bowling from around the wicket. That's why I think that Sargent, on the other hand, he'll be a bit more asking more questions because of his pace coming from around the wicket. And then for his change-up ball, it's to take the outside edge.
Interesting comments coming from Andy Payne. Popped up towards middle. Harold Eastman has got a comment. Harold?
I think the major difference is between the spinners of yesteryear and the ones of today are that the spinners of yesteryear used to spin the ball. These guys, especially the off spinners, trick you today by saying they're off spinners and consistently bowl drifters because they really don't turn the ball into the batsman anymore because they don't have the ability to turn the ball into the batsman anymore. I mean sharp turn. And that's the reason why they're doing all kind of nonsense now. They're bowling from the southern end of the cricket ground and talking about bowling drifters all the time, which is probably the only ball they can bowl.
Interesting comments coming. Of course, the players are refreshing themselves as we head towards the end of the first display. It's been a good day for Harrison College. Wood went early for 5, but look at that. Batson, 92 from 109 balls, batted well, then gave his hand away. He was quite an angry man. He was a victim of his own indiscretion because it was not a good shot at all. Hines got 15, but Durant, he's one that's blocking 34 from 92 balls. He gave him some credit. Joseph gone for 4. And then Green, when Milo Lodge were looking to really go through the middle order, has dropped anchor beautifully. He's got 3 from 31 balls.
I saw that they missed the trick when Green came in. They could have gone probably a little more aggressive. But you saw Shonico Sargent continue to be very economical. 22 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 30. And also his captain Seeley, he's picked up 1 for 50. In tandem, they've bowled quite a lot together, Andrew. What was interesting is that they had some 70 wickets between them going into this game. And it took them some 27 overs between them before they picked up the first wicket.
Oh, interesting comments there. 27 overs. Harold Eastman again.
Yeah, just one comment about Batson's batting. He batted really well. He looked like a superb player, as you said, above this under 15 level. But if there's one criticism of his batting is that he dropped anchor just before the tea interval, and that brought the Lodge bowlers back into contention. I think he went a little too negative there. Rather than picking up the singles and so on and so forth, he just dropped anchor, and that is probably what cost him his century.
Yeah, I think that's a good point you're making. Of course, you're seeing the ball as a breadfruit, as they say, and he dropped anchor thanks to Harold Eastman, whose phone was hacked recently. I don't even know your number anymore, Harold. 167 for loss. So your phone was hacked as well. Gotta be careful nowadays. You guys have these big top-of-the-line phones. Yours was hacked as well, Andy Payne?
That's correct. Harold and I.
Actually, the hacker asked me a cricket question. Yeah, he called and he said that he was calling from Dominica to set up a link for the West Indies Cricket Board. And I listened to that part, but then it began to sound very, very strange to me. And then I clicked out the phone. But it was already too late. He had hacked my email.
He did, okay. So Harold Eastman has been hacked and possibly will be sacked as well, having made that comment. You've been hacked as well? Oh, interesting enough, Mr. Blenman also has been hacked. Something is happening because there's a gentleman from Guyana. Oh, something is happening really, because I got this very strange message from a guy in Guyana asking me to help him send some money to Nigeria, Interesting. 167 for 4. I told him I don't know Nigeria. I tend to know the Republic of Congo. I told him that. Yeah, but it's a very serious thing going around, your phone being hacked, Harold Eastman. So you don't know have a new number, Harold?
Yeah, yes, I do have a new number, but
please don't give it to the public.
No, I wouldn't do that. But what is really hurtful though is that this person is still calling people on my contacts, and I know is a serious inconvenience to my contacts, and those of you who are listening, I truly apologize.
Okay, well that's of course the world that we live in now. 167 for 4. The moment Harrison College not hacked by any stretch of the imagination, they're doing pretty well, thanks to Durant and Green who dropped anchor. But it's a very, very serious thing. Did you get any calls, Andy Payne?
Well, similarly like Harold, I had to change my number, and also my contacts. They've been receiving all kind of different calls and texts asking them favors, similarly to what you got. So again, any inconvenience posed to them, apologies on that behalf. But the person out there, like it seems to be very much in the cricket circle that they see.
Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, interesting, because someone sent me a note and asked me if I could help send some money to Nigeria. So I don't know really. 167 for 4. Harold again.
No, I'm quite surprised that you didn't help, Andrew, because you're a great helper. Because you've helped me in the past, and I know you've helped a lot of people. And I must say that I can say to the
I tend to help when people are really genuinely in need.
Yeah. But somehow, right, from listening to the public sometimes, I just have to remind them that the kind of person that Andrew might portray on the radio and in the media as being controversial.
Do you think I'm controversial?
You are very controversial.
Can you say that again?
You're very, very controversial. But those of people who don't know you have a very good heart.
Oh, very good heart. So I'm controversial with a good heart. That's a combination that I'll have to ask Anmar, the young man, to maybe talk on the CBC Sports tonight, make it the primetime sports story. 167 for 4. The action continues. Sargent has taken my advice, and the young man is going to bowl over the wicket with 2 slips. I'd like to see him bowl perhaps the forward shot again as Andy Payne, whose phone has been hacked, leaves us, and Anmar comes in and call in. Hello, Anmar. Have you had a phone hacked recently as well, or you're good? You're good so far?
I'm good.
Okay, wonderful. What a game we've got here as we come down the home stretch in the first day. Milo Lodge looking through Sargent to get a wicket before the break. They're battered again by Durant. Gets a single down to mid-wicket, deepish.
Yeah, Durant has looked really well for his 34 so far. He has continued what Javion Batson has started a bit earlier. Green has faced 31 deliveries, just scored 3. He has been patient as well. He made the point, Andrew, about playing the day's play as we head towards tea, and that would be a good shot. Straight to the fielder though, but good rotation. Bit of overthrows. Franklin wanted to come back for some more runs. Green not alert, but yeah. Made the point about the day's play, and as we approach end of the play a bit later, 169 for this Harrison College team. Definitely what they would have been hoping for at the start of play as a wicket. Franklin, it's the big wicket of Franklin, and finally Malachi Mason impact behind the stumps, and Franklin has to depart. And it's 169 for 5 now, Harrison College. Just as I was about to ask Andrew Mason what would be a good target to set. Wicket falls.
Yeah, coming forward, yes, you can see his back leg is out of the crease even from that angle. Good work by Mason, who's been good and bad today. Beautifully bowled by Sargent. I'm sure that will show that again. Mr. Green and his wonderful team there, Miss Bess and of course, our good friend Mr. Blenman. I want. Here we go. Give him some air. Out of his crease. Bails are off. He's gone. Yeah, that's good work. Good camera work there. After that, we'll ensure that the BCA will increase your pay. But it was beautifully flighted by Sargent, and importantly, Sargent got the wicket by bowling over the wicket. It's important, the off spinner. Bring that leg before interplay as well. I scream for it, beautifully bowled, and that's a good wicket to get from the young man, Sargent.
He's been listening to you, Andrew.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you bowl wrong the wicket as an off spin, it's a defensive ploy. I know that even, of course, some of the greats, Lyon does it as well, but I think really at this level you got to bowl over. Here we go. Look at the air given, coming onto the front foot. Now that's the arm ball there. The outside edge, you don't need that. And a good work by Mason. Of course, he's got to live up to that big name, Mason.
Yeah. Good flight on that delivery for sure.
New batsman coming to the crease is Adam, and not Adams.
Amir Adam, the new batter.
Put the silly point in. Put the forward short leg in. Looks pretty good, organised. First ball, young Adam coming forward. But this is a good comeback by the Milo Lodge side, because at the break it was 129 for 2. And with now 56 overs gone, Sargent gets the second. It's 169 for loss of 5. Good work by Milo Lodge.
Yeah, so just 2 runs off the over, including the wicket as well. So Sargent now has figures of 2 for 32. Conversation going on in the middle between Adam and Green. 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. Well, Green has faced 32 deliveries. Adam just 1.
I just got some information on young Mason, of course, is the son of Philippa Amy, who, of course, is in the media. I was talking to Dexter Toppin, who told me he's actually a Wellhouse man, coming from the Wellhouse area. I know that Dexter Toppin is there watching on the stream. The Barbados team preparing to do battle on the 70 tomorrow against the Windwards. They've got a slender but important lead. If they do well, they should bring the Bacon home game, the coup de grace. Barbados at that level doing very well. They need to transfer that to the highest level, because in the last 10 years, the Guyana side, they've won 8 times. Oh, Innes is back.
Well, that will be runs for sure. It's a slip from Adam. They get the runs, Harrison College. Just a bit of misfielding there.
Of course, the captain has got options. He can maybe look at a top end with a little bit more pace. Maybe it's Canterbury or Gittins. Sargent has kept things tight. He's got wickets. But you just need to get the pressure exerted from the southern end of the ground as well. He's gone with Innes, who can be expensive. First ball went for 2.
Another dot ball.
In fact, Dexter Toppin, who of course is the coach of the under-70, was saying to me that a lot of these teams, they've got a lot of youngsters from the parish of St. Philip. Of course, Innes is a St. Philip man. Batson is a St. Philip man. Of course, Sargent, a St. Philip person as well. Gittins, sure there could be a couple more.
Yeah, lots going on in terms of cricket in St. Philip.
Of course, they've got some several youth programs in St. Philip. You know, Pickwick, they've got a good one up there. St. Catherine's, they've got a good one up there, although they don't seem to keep their players, St. Catherine's. Windward stealing all the players from St. Catherine's. Come on, Windward, you're naughty. In fact, about 2 or 3 years ago, about 7 or so, went from St. Catharines to Windward, and look what Windward is doing. So 57 gone, 170 for 5.
The over comes to an end. Carson College have now moved up to 170, building towards a very good score here. This is the final of the 2025 Student Revolving Loan Fund BCA Under 15 cricket. Glorious conditions here at the region's Mecca, Kensington Oval. Really has been a very good first day, good first 2 sessions. Sergeant to continue.
Yeah, Green has been at the crease for a long time now. He's 5 from 35 balls. Good solid defense with about as broad as Crumpton Street. Looks good. And we'll get a run here. A little bit short by Sargent. May even contemplate the second, we'll get it. Just got to give that ball here, bring the batsman onto the front foot. So he would have been a bit disappointed with the length of that delivery there.
Yeah, a bit too short. Had some whiff as well.
Yep.
So allowing the batsman to play the cut shot. If they had more pace and power on that delivery, it could have gone on to the boundary.
No, that's better. That's better, bringing the batsman onto the front foot, giving it some air. But I thought that Green batted well, coming into line nicely, elbows well caught as he played it. Seems to be well coached as well. Too short. And played away out to cover for 1. But yeah, got to get that length right consistently. The off spinners of the past, Lance Gibbs, Ranjit Anand, will just be at you all the time, off stump, beautiful control. Of course, someone just shouted Albert Padmore, who was part of that quarter of the spinners against Indian Trinidad when they couldn't defend 402. That was the time when Clive Lloyd said none of that, and that's the era that we started with the 4-prong pace attack after the West Indies lost to India at the Queen's Park Oval. 173 for loss of 5.
Over comes to an end. Just 3 off of it. Spinning will continue for Milo Lodge.
I'll give you $1 if you can tell me the building that we're seeing on the screen. Anmar has been charged with the responsibility to tell me the building, and if he can do that, we'll give him $1.50. I'm going to keep my money in my pocket.
It's not the Hilton Barbados?
No, it's not. Not the Central Bank.
It's a good one, Andrew. As Innes continues.
Just think that Milo Lodge is just beginning to just lose a bit of missing a trick here. I think you got to look to get wickets, maybe bring your pacer back, Scantlebury, or maybe even Gittins, but at the moment, really, I mean, it is true that Innes can get a wicket, but I just think they need now, haven't gone rid of Batson to force it a bit, try to get as many wickets in the afternoon. That has not happened.
Yeah, and I was making that same point to Andy Payne.
You see, that's the length is not good at all. It's outside the leg, so that's a free hit. That's gone for 4. I mean, you can't do that. That's a bad delivery and it's been punished.
Yeah, 4 more runs. And I was calling for the Milo Lodge team to bring back the Pacers. Maybe a Toppin, maybe a Gittins. Just to bring something a bit different to these bowlers as we have a look again not the length. And enough pace on it for the batsman just to help it down to the boundary.
It was badly lined as well, outside that leg stump. Just had to get back under that, as you said. Green. Beautifully bowled. Now that's a much better delivery, given lots of air, and the length is good, but the line also is important away from the leg stump. That was on the off stump. And it induced a fault shot from the batsman. Got to be consistent with that in this.
Final ball of the over.
He goes down the leg side again.
The over comes to an end. Harrison College 177 for 5. Just 4 off the over.
Well, I'm going to increase the amount of money I'm offering from 150 to 250 now. And Mark, could you tell me the building there? Can I start the count? 10, 9, 8, 7. Do you need any help, Anmar?
Can I call a friend?
Can you call a friend?
Can I call a friend?
Have a look at it, Anmar. Come on. Have a look at it, Anmar. There's a logo there as well. Anmar, put your glasses on. Oh, Anmar's in big trouble.
Said it's not the Hilton.
Okay. Anmar, no, have a look at that now. I mean, this made some adjustments. We're gonna bring it back soon again, and maybe ask Andy Payne. 177 for the loss of 5. Of course, Andy Payne is a St. Lucie man from Pike Corner. So eventually Sargent is taking out the attack. 24 overs, 2 for 35. Now that should be easy.
Central Bank of Barbados.
Yeah, Boss Plus there. I'm going to go tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I think the interest rate is 4.5%.
Sealy is back. Adam is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so he's going to come into the attack. Now he's decided, as Andy Payne was suggesting, to switch the bowlers around. So he's now going to come from the northern end, the off spinner. That should make Harold Eastman happy, I think. I suppose at this level, on the 15 to make 177 is a pretty big square, I think. And we'll be looking for more Harrison College, led by their captain.
Yeah, pretty decent score for sure. Adam waits to get off the mark. You mentioned 177 runs. Big total for this Harrison College team in this, the first innings. Well played, well bowled.
Pitch has been pretty good for batting as well. Traditional Kensington pitch. That was given lots of air by the off spinner. Coming from the bottom of the bat. Adam, the batsman, hasn't scored as yet. Has faced 13 balls. 177 for 5. Some 60 overs bowled. More work for Anmar. Anmar, can you tell me the building?
It's at St. Mary's.
Is he right? Is he right? Yeah, St. Mary's.
So this was the building you meant all the time?
No, not at all. I thought it was St. Michael's Cathedral. That's St. Mary's Church, which is not too far from here. Wonderful. Have you ever been to St. Mary's?
Never been to the church.
Okay.
I thought you were asking me to name the building that was still building.
Okay, but that's the central bank there. And I think we can just see a bit of the cathedral. Is that right? Yeah, you can. No, that's the cathedral.
All right.
Okay, so we got it right. Well done to Mr. Green and his wonderful team. I think Mr. Green is somewhere in, is he in St. Kitts, I think? Working for the CPL, making big bucks, I'm told. And there's a game tonight in St. Kitts. St. Kitts versus the Patriots versus the St. Lucia Kings, is that right? The defending champions. Of course, the Barbados Royals without a lot of top players in the side. Interesting that when you look at the construct of the Royals side, as the field at slip is having a bit of trouble there. That was down the leg side. I hope he's okay. Oh, he's in pain. He came from first slip. It was outside the leg stump, but just got his foot there. Wow, let's hope he's okay.
Stretching him a bit.
Looks like the captain, yeah, the captain. And immediately, you know, the has been there for a long time. Mr. Phillips comes on the field.
Could be a bit of cramp though, Andrew. As you can see.
Yeah, have a look at that. Yeah, he dived away, got his hand to it, stopped it. And yes, he's in a bit of pain there. You think it's cramp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely looks that way. Especially the fact that Mason is giving him a bit of stretching. It could be cramp, for sure.
Yeah. I'm sure we can have another look at that. It was down the leg side. It was a bad delivery. Green didn't get bat onto it. But he's floored. And there's some concern. Have a look at this. Let's look at the captain. Yeah. Oh, make the stretch. Put his fingers onto it. And now, that's when it happened. Yeah.
I just felt something there, Seeley. And immediately clutches the point. Still. Mr. Phillips there, having that conversation.
Yeah, well, if they lose their captain, that's a big body blow. There's no question. But let's wish him well. The young man, of course, Liam Seeley, has been a very good leader for the Milo Lodge side. But seems to be in some pain. And Mar reckons it's cramp. Let's hope it is cramp, because of course that can be problem can be solved hopefully pretty soon. But if it is more than cramp, then we may have a problem here.
Yeah, good to see. Seeley's back on his feet. A little bit. Shoe remains off.
Yeah. So he's taking off his shoe. Right shoe and hobbling off the ground now with a little bit of support.
That might suggest that it might be something a bit more serious.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Let's hope he can go off and sure there must be a doctor too here, physio. But there's no match referee. But let's hope that there's adequate help for him. But that was down the leg side. Let's look at Seeley going across to his left. There we go, the dive, and then look the pain. Ooh, it happened right there. Oh, ouch. Yeah.
Immediately goes to clutch what might be the hamstring. Could be.
So Shawniko Sargent takes over as captain. Of course, they say that a deputy is essential. 177 for 5. That's, of course, in a calypso. We wouldn't ask Anmar to tell us the name of the calypsonian. We wouldn't want to tell him that. Of course, these youngsters are into the great reggae artists of the day.
We also have a good appreciation for the social commentary
Yep.
Just coming out of the crop over season.
Are you a crop over man, Anmar?
A bit.
Okay. So Sargent takes over big man. Yeah, seems as if he eats an extra roti too there in St. Philip. There he goes, a little jog. Must be happy to take over. Son of Sean Sargent, of course, a former Barbados under-19 cricketer, and would have done pretty okay for St. Catherine's. Must be very proud to have his son involved, like Liam Seeley, his father, left-arm spinner Anderson Seeley. Of course, Javion Batson's father, Ulrich, plays for St. Catherine's. So we're about to continue with an acting captain. Here's Innes to bowl to Green.
Yeah, Green just having a look at the field. As Innes continues. 14 balls Amir Adam has faced, and he's yet to get off the mark. Green 12 from 45. So since Batson has been dismissed, haven't seen that much runs in terms of the flow for Harson College. Yeah, Franklin was there. Speaking of runs, we'll get a couple here to come back. No? Just one. Adam is back on strike. As I was making the point, Franklin did his duty in terms of taking along the score. And finally, Adam is off the mark, and it's a boundary. So he has waited some time, Amir Adam. But he's away with 4.
Nice juicy full toss here. Get it into line. All you had to do was to get back under that and pierce the offside between cover and extra cover. Had the legs to get there. Slow as it got there, but enough to give him a boundary to get off the mark. Well played, Adam.
Yeah, good shot. Missed his length there, the bowler. Not much required to get that one away to the boundary. Harrison College 182 for 5. "61 overs gone. And this is the first day of the student revolving loan fund, BCA under 15 tournament. And I think we have a new ball.
Yep, and it looks as if Sargent is going to bowl the new ball, so no pacers in Scantlebury or Gittins. So Sargent, the acting captain, will take the new ball. This game has gone at a frenetic pace because 65 overs in the day, we got about an hour, and we've done very well so far. 61 overs bowled already. Good work by Lodge too. Especially in this heat to really get the overs in. Well done to them. It's a wild shot there from Green.
Yes, the new ball has been taken, but you made the point, Andrew, and I tend to agree. Perhaps getting the pacers onto it. But they continue with the spinning options. Milo Lodge. Well bowled. Maiden over. 182 for 5. So news from the dressing room. That's Adam getting off the mark with his boundary, but the news from the dressing room is that the Milo Lodge captain is about to come back onto the field. There he is, in conversation with his coach. We need you out there. We really do. Who happens to be his dad as well. He's there, right next to him. And the Pacers are back.
Yeah, I think it's a sensible thing to do. Toppin comes back in attack too. Zion Toppin to just change it up a bit more pace. It's a new ball, and immediately Adam is hurried into the shot.
Good aggression.
Yeah, beaten with the extra pace there. Young man, Toppin, on 15 boy, of course, a little bit. I think at this level, sharpish, and clearly Adam was deceived by the extra pace. The ball was going on the leg side for sure, but he was undone by the extra pace generated by Toppin.
Yeah, good single there from Adam. Yeah, just using the pace of the delivery. Pick up the single.
It's just been a good hold in performance by Harrison College, because, you know, after Batson got out, Milo Lodge would have been looking to just slice through the Lord, and then but that hasn't happened at all. Of course, at this level, you look for the pace that can be generated. Young bowlers. I would think that at this level, 1 to 15, this youngster Toppin is sharpish.
Good shot. And it has the legs to get all the way to the boundary. So Green with the boundary.
Yeah, it was too short. Look at that, too short. All he had to do was to get bat onto that, hit over cover, and raced away to the boundary. So we want to get his length better, much better length on that occasion. Full and on the off stump. Good comeback delivery by Toppin.
The over comes to an end. 5 off of it is 187 for 5. Yeah, good to see. Lodge captain Liam Seeley back onto the field. Were a bit of concerns about him.
Yeah, I mean, that stung the leg side, but look at him just skipping across. And, you know, made a good stop, but then, yeah, got the little injury there, but of course, he's inspired that he's got to be out there as the leader of the side. And it's good to see him back, young Liam Seeley. An off spinner, important cog in Lodge's wheel. It's been so consistent for them. in terms of his batting and his bowling. 59 against Aline, 44 against Ellerslie. Certainly done a wonderful job. Of course, as a bowler, 5 for 22 and 4 for 20 against Grantley Adams. And then, look at this against Aline, 4 wickets for 5 runs. And also 9 catches as well. So he's so important to them. Sargent to continue. It's been thereabouts. It's been tight. He's picked up 2 important wickets as well. Shonico Sargent.
And you mentioned Sealy, and what I like about that, being the captain of this team and recognizing how much he means to the squad. I like the determination and the passion to get back onto the field despite what might be going on.
And that's what leaders do for you. They do recognize that they've got to be there to lead the ship. And he's done a good job. No question about that. So he's been urged on by his dad, Anderson. Come on, get back out there. You got to lead the troops at Lodge.
Yeah, we saw a picture there of his dad standing right next to him as he was off, just preparing to get back onto the field. And I was having this same conversation at the lunch break. So important to see that parental guidance.
Yeah, it's important. No question about that. And this is why the Student Revolving Loan Fund, they've come on board. They know the importance of a sponsorship of cricket at this level. And that combination with the BCA, Student Revolving Loan Fund, congratulations to them. We've got to keep our youngsters focused. And we hope that they can go on, some of them, to play at the highest level. And that sponsorship is so vitally important. And, of course, the support of their parents, as you said. And, of course, the Barbados Cricket Association. So that's an awesome combination.
Yeah, saw quite a few parents in the stands, of course, supporting their kids. And this is what's required. Remember, when I played the Herman Griffith cricket competition.
That was just the other day, I would imagine. Last year?
Yeah, back in 2008, 2009.
Really? 2008?
Yeah, 2008.
David Thompson was just taken over from O'Natha.
Yeah, played with the
I remember that year very well. Change of government.
Played with the likes of Joshua Bishop.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, we attended the St. Albans Primary School together.
Okay. I thought you were a St. Philip man.
No, from St. James.
Okay, St. James.
Western St. James to be exact. Topping's back.
Yeah.
That's a good shot. Uses the pace of that delivery, Green, and it runs away for 4.
Yeah, down to third man. Gone away for 4. So, young Green, the son of Anthony Green, the general manager of Starcom, I'm told. I think he just went into Harrison College the other day. I think he's a much better cricketer than his dad. Hello to you, Anthony Green. So he must be, maybe he's here. Yeah, good old Anthony Green. He's also the president of the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, I'm told. He's got some big positions there, Mr. Green, young man.
Is he not also your boss at Starcom?
Yeah, well, I don't want to say that again, really. 191 for 5. Yeah. He's also the boss of the announcer. 191 for 5. It's naughty. You're a very naughty man, Harold. You made me say that. I may lose my pick. At Starcom and at the BCA. They've tried several times to fire Mason, but still around. 191 for 5. Mason and guests is all this evening, by the way.
What's on the agenda?
Well, I'm going to speak to Sir Andy Roberts this evening. You know, when he's on his compulsory listening, the listenership will go up. The big cat, Sir Clive. And I'm hoping to speak to the young Barbados captain today on the 17. I'm trying to, because as you know, Barbados in a big game tomorrow against the Windward. So we're hoping that we can get the young captain on. Of course, I was trying to reach the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Calvin Hope. He tells me there's a big board meeting on this evening, hence he'll come next week. Yeah, combined, he got more votes than all those guys. Interesting enough, when I spoke to him the following morning, I asked him if he was surprised by the margin. He said he expected to beat them more. Can you imagine that? Come on, Calvin. You're a naughty man.
Over comes to the 9. It's 191 for 5.
Yeah, I think he's at the Bay Lounge now because when everybody's business, I think every Tuesday tends to go down to St. Joseph. We'll come up, of course, for the meeting. I'll leave you now because I just want to make sure I keep my job. 191 for 5. Adam still there on 5 from 25 balls. Green, of course, son of Anthony Green, the general manager of Starcom. He's got 21, must be happy with his son's performance. Harrison College looking pretty good with visions of making over 200 here. They're 191 for 5. After another word from you, you're going to be joined by your partner in the cricket crime, Andy Payne.
Andy Payne is back in the commentary box. Had all his energy, all his hydration. Hello, Andy, again.
Hello again there to you, Anmar. Harson's College is really doing a very good job here. 191 for 5. Remember, lovely start for them in this game after winning the toss and electing to bat. They've put themselves in a really good position.
Yeah, Harrison College approaching that 200 mark. A lot of runs for on the 15 cricket. Would be a very imposing total for sure. More runs here. Only get 1.
Yeah, steady batting all the way down the line. Now you see John David Green, he's on 22 not out. And the partnership between himself and Adam is some 24 runs. So even though they haven't been heavy or big scoring after Batson's dismissal, they put together some partnerships that's really kept the scoreboard going.
Most definitely. That's good running as well. Again from Adam and Green. Green has moved to 22 off 64 as the over comes to an end. 194 for 5.
It's a really big bowling effort there by Shonico Sargent. He's bowled some 27 overs so far today. 27 overs, 2 for 38. And that's a lot of overs by the off spinner. Like you said, prior to this game, some 70 wickets between himself and Liam Seeley, the captain, is all spinning all-rounder, yes. Between them, 70 wickets picked up, but only 3 shared today, so that can tell you how well the Harrison College guys has gone.
Yep. Yeah, Harrison College have done really well. Justifying the decision at the toss to bat first. But this man is back. Liam Seeley, captain of Milo Lodge, and can he come up with what would be a good breakthrough at this stage? Wickets all important now. Immediately, he strikes. Bowled him. Adam has to go. And we just spoke about Seeley. Just spoke about perhaps getting a wicket. And the plan works. And Adam makes the trek back to the pavilion. He goes for 7. And this is the reason why.
It's a good delivery there by Seeley on resumption. You saw that one just leaving the batsman with the arm. It was a good length actually. You saw him playing on the back foot and beaten by that one. Hit the off stump going comprehensively. See him just going on the back foot. That one's touched down and leaving the right-handed batsman. Good revs coming out of it there, Anwar. You can see it just as it's delivered. You can see the seam coming all the way down there and going towards the first slip position and taking the off stump. A very, very well bowled delivery by young Liam Seeley.
What a delivery it was. Adam goes for 7. 194 for 6 now. Harrison College.
Yeah, 25 runs partnership being broken there, but like I said, good partnerships all the way down. But Seeley, the expectation is that Seeley and Sargent would have gotten the bulk of the wickets. I mean, it took them a long time before they picked up their first one. Seeley, he's into his 21st over now, only now picking up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 50 after some 20.1. But that was a fantastic delivery, good guile, good flight. And then you see young Adam going on the back foot and beaten as that one left him on the outside half of the bat.
Shiv Shadio. Sahadio. Sahadio. Yep, got it. He's at the crease. Can Seeley pick up another? He can! Back-to-back wickets for Liam Seeley. He's on a hat trick. And this has been brilliant bowling from the Lodge skipper. Leading from the front.
Again, you can see him going back over the wicket like Andrew Mason rightfully called for a bit earlier in his previous spell. You can see him just coming from nice and high, getting the ball to shape away. It's a newer ball, nevertheless harder ball as he pitched that one down again. Sahadio just coming on his front foot but beaten all ends up as that one just left him as well and taking the stumps again. As you can see it here, Anwar, a good flight and delivery, good revs on that one again. Look at that action. You see Sahadio coming in and that one spin back in towards the off stump this time, and he's beaten all ends up, not having any answer for that at all. So a very lovely piece, good piece of bowling there by young Liam Seeley.
Sahadio goes without scoring. It means that Tyler Gill walks to the crease. Harrison College 194 for 7. And he's only bowled 2 deliveries in this over, Liam Seeley. His first over after coming back. Perhaps he'll be eyeing a special moment here. Seeley on a hat trick. Loud appeal. And the finger stays down, so he wouldn't get the hat trick. Seeley. But this has been very good bowling from Seeley. Bowls him. Magnificent. Absolutely brilliant, Seeley. He's got 3 wickets, 3 in the over. Gill has to go. He's frustrated. Doesn't have an option. Has to go back to the pavilion. This is why.
You See the off spinner getting lots of turn on that occasion, just putting a lot of revs onto that one. And Gill going on the back foot, guilty of probably not trying to get forward. And Seeley just making his way into the middle to leg stump. See that one, a lovely flighted delivery. Saw the revs on that one, pitching just about now and beating them inside the middle and leg stump. So some lovely off spin bowling being produced here by Liam Seeley. He's now picked up his 3rd wicket in the over. He's gone wicket, wicket, dot, wicket, just averting the hat trick with that 3rd delivery, but picking up 1 on the 4th delivery. All 3 men bowled, Anwar.
Excellent stuff here from Seeley, and look at those figures, 4 for 50. And the question now is, can Harrison College get up to 200?
Well, psychologically, they will want to get over that 200 mark, but Liam Seeley obviously he's got different ideas. He said he started this game with 37 wickets, Anmar. So what an impressive season he's had. He's a bit under the weather, speaking to his parents a bit earlier this morning. But here the young man coming back off an injury. Remember a few hours ago he was taken off the field, some treatment probably administered to what was an injury unknown, but here he is back for his team and really putting this team back in a good position after facing some good partnerships early in the day, but he's looking to take his team home this afternoon.
Something has miraculously changed between the time. Yes, yes! Not quite. Not quite. Goodness me. This is some bowling spell here from Seeley, and as I was making the point, something has changed since he perhaps got some treatment and then back onto the field. This is only his first over since. Can he close it out with another wicket? It's a dot to end, and the Milo Lodge batsmen will be relieved that this over is finished. What an over it has been from Liam Seeley. 3 wickets in the over, none conceded. 194 for 8.
Very good over being produced there by Liam Seeley. He said the off spinner traditionally he came back over the wicket, and you can see him imparting a lot of spin on those deliveries. Anwar, you see him pitching and asking the batsman probably to get forward, but they were forced on the back foot. Set the Sahadio, who was on the front foot, but beaten by a very good off break. Waterman, he's a new batter in now, a left-hander, and you saw that first delivery he got struck on the pad. There was a loud appeal. Umpire Sheena Welch, she was on move, but the Lodge boys, they were very, very disappointed in that dismissal, but a very, very productive over for young Liam Seeley.
Sargent is back. Green will be the man tasked to ensure that Harrison College can get over that 200 mark. Being a more experienced man, but he goes. Commentators curse, perhaps. Sargent strikes. And Lodge are nearing the end. 194 now for 9. Harrison College. And it's raining wickets here at the Regis Mecca, Kensington Oval.
Tell you what, 4 wickets in succession of over 7 deliveries. Look at this one from Shanika Sargent, continue to bowl a very good arm ball. You see Green just trying to hit that one probably to the leg side a bit, and a comfortable catch again for Liam Seeley there at slip. He's now got 11 catches all told in the tournament, but comfortably taken. And you can see that arm ball again from Shanika Sargent, just leaving the right-handed Green and carrying all the way on with the arm for Liam Seeley to come up with yet another lovely catch that slip. Just see him shutting the face down a little bit there, Anmar, and couldn't be the outside edge taken. And another catch there. So that's 4 wickets without any runs being scored there by the Lodge School, by the Harrison College team. So 194 for 9.
Just having a look at the fall of wickets. collapse a bit for Harson College. Good bowling from Lodge as well.
Yeah, so some 4 wickets going out, 194 at the Harson College team. So Seeley and Shonico Sargent continues now to wreak havoc. This is what they've done all season, like we said, starting this game with some 70 wickets amongst them, and they've now taken that tally further up. Shonico Sargent 3 and Seeley 4, so 7 between them, 9 wickets all going down there. So another 7-wicket haul between the pair. So in tandem, they really go well together. You can see him just trying to close out this innings.
So another dot ball. Springer. Well played. Stefano Springer, the last batsman in. That's the over. 194 for 9. 68 overs gone.
Yeah, maiden wicket there for Shonico Sargent, 3 for 38 from 28 overs, his figures so far. But again, like I said, this pair of Sargent and Seeley continues to pick up lots of wickets for the Lodge team here. 2 Barbados on the 15 players. You can see they're exhibiting their skills here. With this, the second new ball, albeit Anwar, but lovely bowling there by the off-spinning pair.
Very good bowling for sure, especially Seeley, who's about to come back. He has been the main destroyer for this Milo Lodge team. 4 for 50. 3 wickets in 1 over. Can he wrap it up here?
You should really love this bowling now to the left-handed Waterman. You saw him getting quite a bit of spin in that previous over, so he will be challenging the outside edge here of Waterman. Just needs to continue with that nice flight and guile.
Well left.
Oh yeah, well left. It's the off-spinner bowling to you. You would expect it to turn away from you.
Smart batting as well from Waterman. His role will be to frustrate Seeley and company for as long as possible.
Well, that would be his role, but Seeley just needs to probably slow it up a little bit to the left-hander here. Just try to pull him out of his crease, get him coming forward with that nice loopy ball that he's got in his armory.
Again, well bowled. You can see just a bit now the bounce from the surface. Maiden over. 194 for 9. Still the score?
Yeah, you just need to stay a bit patient to the left-hander, just bowl some deliveries in front of him, asking him to come on the front foot. But a little bit too quick on that occasion, bowling to the left-handed Waterman, who did well, equally enough to the task, just trying to get forward. A couple full deliveries that were easy to play back down to the bowler. So they've survived the over. It seems to be, yeah, maybe another water break. Drinks break coming up. It's 194 for 9. Anwar Liam Seeley, he's bowled some 22 overs, 4 for 50. as well as his off-spinning partner, Shonico Sargent, 28 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 38, doing the bulk of the bowling. Also, Zion Toppin picking up 1 wicket earlier, as did the leg spinner Ennis.
And just to look at the scorecard, an excellent knock from Javion Batson, falling just 8 short of what would have been a magnificent century. Really has been the main man for this team. Franklin Durant as well, chipping in with 35. And then Green with 22. As Harrison College got up to 194 for 9 so far. And this has been the story from a bowling perspective. Liam Seeley, the man making things happen for Lodge. 22 overs, 4 wickets, conceding 50 runs, 3 wickets in 1 over. It was a wicket apiece for Innes and Toppin. So look at the fall of wickets. 169 for 5, 194 for 6, and then this. 3 wickets falling, 4 wickets actually falling. The score remaining 194 for 9. So very good bowling from Lodge in the back end. But Harrison College will still feel like this has been a very good batting performance from them. Still have the opportunity to get up to 200 runs. Bit of a conversation there going on the field between the players from Harrison College. What do you make of this situation of the match so far, Andy?
Well, at 194 for 9 after day 1, we still currently have another wicket to go here. This pair would want to probably frustrate the Lodge School quite a bit more. Lodge School, obviously, they'll have some different ideas. Milo Lodge, they were here at the final last year. They want to be able to lift this trophy this year. There's still quite a cadre of players from that final last year in this team. But Harrison College, 194 for 9, being they've won the toss and elected to bat. They'll be happy with their score. I mean, remember, this is a 3-day affair. The lead games they played over 2 days, the finals played over 3. 194 for 9 reflects a very good days in play so far. As that Javion Batson, the captain, a well-played 92. He will be happy with his spoils. As Harrison College is sure their tank will be very, very happy. They've got their runs on the board, Anwar. So runs on the board are always runs on the board, especially in the final. It's added pressure. The Lodge School, they've got to think of how they're going to get up to such a total. Still 1 wicket to get, but 194 reflects a very, very good total on a lovely pitch and a very, very fast outfield. So all told, the conditions are very good. So it's there for the Lodge School to come and get their runs. They need to get this final wicket, but the conditions will be excellent.
Very good batting conditions. We're approaching now into the final session of the first day. 2025 Student Revolving Loan Fund BCA Under 15 final. All the action coming to you live from Kensington Oval here in beautiful Bridgetown, Barbados. What a lovely day of cricket we've had so far. This really has been an enthralling contest between 2 of the best under 15 cricket schools in Barbados for this year. Seems some very good batting and bowling all round. Andy Payne, and this first day, if this is anything to go by, tomorrow promises to be something special as well. Nevertheless, the players are making their way back onto the field after the drinks break. one thing will be on the mind of this Milo Lodge team. Get this final wicket for Harrison College, perhaps. Let's see how much we can try to continue to keep Lodge out there in the field.
Yes, I'm sure they will want to get up to that 200 mark. Like you said, psychologically, it's a advantage that plays on the minds. So once you can get the 200 or over, you always think like it's an added advantage. But Lodge School, obviously, they've got different ideas. Captain Seeley, he's really brought them right back into this contest. It's good support there by his hitchman and Shonico Sargent, who's very economical. 28 overs and bowled by Shonico Sargent. That's a lot of overs for the young man.
28 overs, 3 wickets, 38 runs conceded. Yeah, has had a pretty tough workload. But it has brought dividends. Had to work for his wickets. Sargent. Sargent to Springer. Springer not putting away that one. Yeah, some pace on that delivery there, Andy, and perhaps deceiving Springer a bit. Still positive attitude from Milo Lodge in the field. Been out there for the entire day.
So yeah, another maiden over, 194 for 9. Shonico Sargent bowling his 29th over. So he's bowled some 12 maidens as well. So like you said, a lot of overs being bowled there by young Sargent. A defensive play there by the right-handed Springer, just keeping all those deliveries out from Shonico Sargent. But it gives this man Liam Seeley, he's got the opportunity to try to pick up a fifer. He's got 4 for 50 from 22 overs. I'm sure he would like to pick up a fifer here. He said he's one of Lodge's best performers all tournament. He's also been a man with some runs. He's got 159 runs in his competition so far with a half century and a couple of scores, 1 of 44. So they'll be thinking about the batting for sure, but they need firstly to get this final wicket before they can get to that part of the job.
Seeley continues. Very impressed with his warrior-like mentality. And it has been some time, the score being 194. Start to put a tracker in terms of how long we've been at this score.
So some 4 overs previously. There have been 4 consecutive maidens. So the score had been stuck at 194 for the duration of that period.
Wow. Good mathematics from Andy.
Another good delivery there by Seeley though. Just challenging the left-handed Waterman. That one seems to just carry over the top of the off stump. So good bounce by the off spinner. Malachi Mason not collecting cleanly. He's had a miss there, but I like the looks of the young wicket keeper.
Yeah, well played again. Waterman. Perhaps just wanting to see out this over. 2 balls remaining. That's the over actually, and it's another maiden. So the 5th on the trot. 194 for 9. Sargent to continue from the Joe Garner end.
I just mentioned that's probably like Batson because they So yet another dot delivery. So Shonico Sargent continues to be miserly, and the last wicket pair is just holding it together, not scoring any runs but keeping them out there. Oh, that one's off the outside edge but going along the turf. So very good delivery again there by Sargent, but you want to see the back of this last wicket pair.
Bowled him. And that's the end of the innings. Has been a long day in the field for Milo Lodge, but finally at 28 minutes to 5 they've bowled out Harson College for 194. Team will be happy to get out in the field, led by this man, William City. That's how it all ended. Sargent with the final wicket. Have a bit of a break. Harson College all out for 194. So confirmation of the batting card. Yeah, Charles Wood, the first wicket to fall. And it was all about Javion Batson. 92 runs, magnificent. Franklin Durant chipped in as well with 35. Green as well as Hines. And it meant that Harrison College got up to 194. Look at the bowling card next. Yeah, 4 wickets each for Liam Seeley and Shanika Sargent. Seeley 4 for 50 and Sargent 4 for 38. Wicket apiece for Toppin and Innes. Took them a while, but eventually the Lodge School bowling out Harrison College for 194. 71.5 overs. Just the 14 extras. What a day of cricket we've had here at the Regents Mecca, Kensington Oval. So welcome back, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, indeed, a wonderful day of cricket. There's no question about that. In two parts, when you look at what happened earlier with Batson's domination, and then in the afternoon, we saw the spin combination of Sargent and, of course, of the captain. And at one stage, it looked very much as if the Harrison College side would have made well over 200, but they were pulled back by some very good spinners.
Yeah, very good bowling from the captain, Liam Seeley. 3 wickets in 1 over. I think that set the stage and the mood for what followed. Sargent did his part as well. A bit of a collapse from Harrison College. You did make the point. It looked at one stage for sure like Harrison College would get up to 200, 210, maybe. But very well in terms of a bowling performance from Seeley. Both Seeley and Sargent picking up 4 wickets each.
Yeah, and a situation, as you said, I thought that the length, the control from Seeley was absolutely great. After he picked up an injury, his father very much involved, and then Sargent, that combination has worked very well for the Milo Lodge team. That's why they're in the finals. They've done so good, not only with bat, but certainly with ball, and they were able to pull the Harrison College team back. We've had a very interesting first day.
Yeah, perhaps good bowling, as you mentioned. Good to see the wickets from Sargent and Seeley. But perhaps maybe Harrison College would feel like the damage has already been done. Getting up to 194 runs in a final is a big target.
Yeah, I agree with that. No question about that. So at the end of the first day's play in the under 15 finals, it's a very interesting battle, and 2 parts, as we said, with Harrison College dominating at the break. They were 129 for 2, led by the captain who batted so well, then gave his hand away for 92. But then in the afternoon, that spin combination of Seeley and Sargent pulling the Milo Lodge team back into the match. But at the end of the first day, you would think 194 is a pretty decent score. We hope you enjoyed our commentaries half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. We'll come back here a little bit later on, of course, tomorrow with the action. We've seen Seeley certainly done a wonderful job. I mean, there we go, beautifully flighted, bringing the batsman forward, and that was beautifully bowled off stump. And that was a start, Amar, of something big to happen for him, because here we go again, beautifully bowled. Oh, nothing shot, bowled leg stump.
That was Tyler Gill who fell. And as you mentioned, very good bowling from Liam Seeley, picking up 4 wickets.
And of course, Sargent was good as well. There's no question about that. That combination working very good for the Lodge team. So the first day done and dusted. The situation, the Harrison College team winning the toss, electing to bat in beautiful conditions at Kensington Oval, making 194, led by their captain, Batson, whose 92 was pivotal. But then, of course, that spin combination of Seeley and Sargent coming together to ensure that Milo Lodge were in the game. We'll come back tomorrow just before 11:30 to bring you the action of the second day. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the team, saying goodbye from Kensington Oval.